Good evening. I call the June 22nd, 2023 Staunton Council meeting to order. And the first thing will be a consideration of the work session and regular meeting agendas. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we accept the work session and business meeting agendas as presented.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Holmes, second. Mr. Kesker.
Mr. Holmes.
Aye.
Ms. Woods.
Aye.
Mr. Arrowood.
Aye.
Ms. Edwards.
Aye.
Mr. Robertson.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Darby.
Aye.
Mayor Claffey.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Well, thank you and welcome, everyone. We'll turn things over to Ms. Beauregard for our first item.
Sorry.
Good evening.
Item. Good evening. Hey, how are you? I'm sorry. First item on the agenda.
Yes.
Okay, we have the flood alerting system report. I'm going to let Pete. Are you leading that?
Yes.
For us? Okay. So Pete Kessiker is going to lead that for us.
Very good. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Council, for having us this evening. Let us go over where we are with our flood sensor warning system. Just to give a little bit of background, as you may or may not remember, but we began this process in roughly October of 2021 with two sensors, and they were actually part of a program which I had, through research, came upon the Center for Innovative Technology, which was a Virginia nonprofit that was working with Homeland Security. And Homeland Security had put out contracts throughout the state of Virginia to develop these sensors to help monitor flood in waterways, and particularly the coastal plain, but then also in this part of the state too. And so the first two sensors were part of that program. We didn't have to pay for them. And then after that program was over in November of 21, they basically donated those sensors to the city. And since then, shortly after that, we purchased 10 more sensors. And so the sensors are placed throughout the city, and Willa Hughes is going to give you some background pictures as to where they are. But the 10 more sensors were purchased in spring of 22. And so at this point, we're to where we've contracted with a software, and we're ready to go public with the warning system, allow people to subscribe to the dashboard on the website and monitor the gauges and rain sensors as they would like. And they can also get alerts relative to the different settings that we have in place. All of this is going to vary and be tweaked as we gather more data. The weather we're having right now has been really good. It's the first time, amazingly. I always said these are anti-flood sensors because since we put them in, we really haven't got any data to read at all. So I shouldn't jinx ourselves. But anyway, this past storm has given us some really good rainfall data, and we can see how the waterways are rising and falling very quickly relative to the amount of rain that's coming down. So with that, I'll let Willa go ahead and show you some locations of where they are and go over the website.
Hi, everyone.
Good evening.
I'm just going to quickly go through the website here. I know we don't have a lot of time, so I'm just going to go over the highlights. But here on the screen, this is the website for our flood sensors. And up here at the top, we'll have navigation bar. I'll just go ahead and jump right in. Here's the map. Here's where all of our sensors are located throughout the city. Each dot represents a sensor, and they are color coded based on their status. So the green ones right now are operational. We have a couple that are out of service, but we're working to get those back up as soon as possible. And then you can see that they'll turn red if they have an alarm triggered. Really quickly, I'll show you too, we have a couple layers we can add to this map. So we can add the flood zone here. People can zoom in and see if their area is within the flood zone. And then we have the up-to-date radar on this map as well, so people can see if rain is coming. I'm gonna go ahead and skip to the dashboards we've created. We have a couple of them, but I think this will be the most popular. So here at the top, it will tell you whether or not an alarm's been triggered for any of our sites. This next section here shows the depth at all of our sensors that have water level readings. We'll have one more when all the sensors are back up and operational. And over here, we have the graph that matches each site, and they will graph out the water levels over the last couple of days. You can zoom in if you want to see them more clearly, and you can even, this part starts to look a little more complicated, but you can even add sites to one map and compare them and graph them. So there you can see the black line is Plum Street and the blue line is Mill Street. So Plum Street is near Domino's upstream, and Mill Street is right in front of Mill Street Grill. So you can see they correlate pretty well.
Willow,
Mhm.
on all of those, help me understand where, is there a flood mark on all of those? Where would that be?
Yes.
Is it the red line that we saw?
It is. I'll pull up a new one. Each site has their own thresholds. So we have alarms that correlate with each one of these lines. This would be a low alarm, our medium alarm, and our high alarm. And you can see over at this side here, they correlate with a certain depth. So with our last storm event, we only triggered the low alarm here, which means the water in the channel has risen quite a bit, but it's not quite at our higher levels, which would more likely indicate that flooding could occur.
And who monitors these? I mean, is this done 24/7?
Data comes in about every 15 minutes. So it's on 24/7 and they come in about every 15 minutes.
Do we have anybody in the city that's monitoring it around the clock, or?
The alarms, you can sign up for alarms and they'll come right to your phone, email or text message.
All right.
Here we have rainfall gauges on a couple of our other sites. These are the quantities we've had in the last 48 hours. And this is just a graph of it as well. You can click on those and go through them. I won't do that for time, but you can see we've gotten quite a bit of rain in the last couple of days. Then we have our map here again with the active radar. And the rest of this dashboard is for informational purposes, information that's been pulled from the National Weather Service. So we have the forecast, which shows more rain is expected. This is the link to go to see where we're pulling that information. We have this here. It says there are no active weather watches or warnings or advisories. We have this, an active radar. This one is the expected precipitation in the next 3 days. So you can see Staunton's expected to get about 1 to 1.5 more inches in the next 3 days.
I mean, I hate, because I don't really think you answered Steve's question, at least not to my satisfaction. I understand you individuals can pull it up on their phone. I get that. But is there somebody in the city manager? Is there somebody at the water plant? Is there somebody looking at what's happening? Let's say that event that was that 100-year flood and all hell breaks loose. And where do we have, like, guys, we need to get this out to the citizens. We need to make sure they don't go certain places, whatever. Thank you, Kurt.
I'll step in at this point. We're still pretty early in the infancy of this project, trying to get the alerting.
Gotcha.
A lot of it has just been getting the functionality set up. We are having the alerting available to the public. As well as said, it's going to be text and email. We're also going to have departments in the city. They're going to have access to this and be set up for alerts. So they're going to be getting the same alerting. We can build some additional alerts internal to the system that would only be for city staff. So give them a little heads up, hey, we think this is going on. One of the things we're really working on, and as Pete said, we're relatively, first time we really had real data is in the past week. We've had some little blips here and there, but now we've actually had some pretty good rainfalls. We're trying to build some intelligence into, hey, it's raining here. It takes X amount of time for the water to flow to get to this point, and build some more intelligent sensors in there so that we can actually start giving, you know, the police dispatch and water treatment, people are places that are manned 24 hours a day, some heads up so that, you know, you might want to potentially call more staff in, or at least be ready that this is going on. It's certainly not going to prevent any flooding. We're not threatening to do that, but it's at least give people more advanced time. I know as a property owner down on Bar Street, it takes a while to set up the floodgates. I mean, at least I now know that, hey, it may be 15 minutes worth of warning, but that's better 15 minutes worth of warning than, oh, by the way, you've got 4 feet of water in your basement. So, I mean, it's intended to help that. So, or people who may not be living downtown or may have property here, at least pay attention to what's going on. Or you're laying in bed at 2 a.m, you know, it's raining hard outside. You can pull up your phone, look at it, and get a real-time gauge. Do I need to start getting dressed?
And maybe need to bring John in. I want to find out how, as a city, how are we doing? Are we keeping up with checking, you know, underground Lewis Creek, different places, cleaning out these areas, these choke points that may, I mean, you know, make sure that as a city, we're taking every opportunity to prevent a flood event because something is not freely open.
Currently where we are is the plan is, you know, one of our, we briefed council years ago about this. The plan is to maximize the capacity of the existing tunnels, creeks, and that sort of thing. We're currently working through the legal process to determine who owns what and where we can access and where we cannot, and if we need to obtain permission or easements or whatever to work in the creeks or the tunnel. That's the process we're working through. As soon as that is finished, we will be doing an RFP for an engineering firm to go in and map the tunnels and creeks and determine how much sediment's there, and they will actually design projects. So we'll have actually defined hard projects to work on that tunnel to where the improvements need to be made. The next step would then be to seek grants and funding for these projects because it's, as you can guess, they're not going to be cheap to do that. So that's where we're at with that part right now. Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I do have a couple questions related to that. How did we establish the red lines on that? Is that from prior history of floods?
It was kind of a rough shot because we haven't had a hydro study yet to figure out water flows and that kind of stuff. But we did some measurements of what we thought the most narrow points were of the tunnel system, like a pump street. If you look at the lines on the pump street, they're considerably lower than what the bridge is because that's where the sensor is. But there's a funnel right there across from Domino's where it goes into a little half dome tunnel. So we figured out how many square feet were there, extrapolated back how many square feet we needed to have at the pump street bridge where the sensor was, and make a guess at that point. So there's somewhat intelligent guesses. They're certainly not expertly defined at this point, but we put a little buffer in there for headroom. As we get more data, we're going to be smarter about, okay, this is what really is happening. So good point. So we've looked at those. We also realized we've got things like the 2 creeks meet underneath the wharf lot. So we're trying to build some sensor, some more intelligent warning in there. If you've got water coming down Central Avenue and water coming down Middle Wharf, there's only so much it's going to come back out the other end of it. So a lot of it's just been kind of some rough modeling. We're hoping that John's projects will actually get some more intelligent information, more accurate information. We've also been working with the folks down on Bar Street. We got a lot of stakeholders down there that have been flooded 3 times in the past 18 years. A lot of local knowledge there based on standing in creeks during floods and looking at what was happening. We were able to extrapolate some data from them and make some measurements to try to figure out where those levels were. So at this point, I want to say they're intelligent guesses. They're certainly not 100% hardcore accurate science.
Okay. And if we hit a red line on a Sunday afternoon, City Hall is closed, is someone on call to it, how does an alarm sound it? I mean, like, how is it pushed out to the public?
These alarms are going to be through text messages and emails. And
Yeah.
guarantee I've signed up for everyone because I'm personally affected by it from where I live.
Yeah.
We're, as of tonight or tomorrow, when the site's actually live, any citizen can sign up for any one of the alerts. And right now they're individual alerts. So if you want to know what the green line level on Palm Street, you can go sign up for that one. If you want all three, you can sign up for all three alerts.
So it's on the citizens to sign up for this. There will be no sound the alarm in general.
There is not. We have talked and we're still evaluating whether or not we actually want to put like a alarm or lights or something in the wharf lot, possibly in Gypsy Hill Park, places where people were that, hey, flash flooding's coming, but we need to have the intelligence to know when to launch that or when to sound that. So we're again, trying to collect some more data to know at what point do we really need to truly sound an alarm. And part of that's education also. Okay, if you got alarm blaring on the wharf lot, what does it really mean? Do people need to know that if you're hearing a horn, is it a train coming through or is it a flood coming through?
Is it public? Yeah. Like, is it public safety, public works, yeah, like in that case, it would be nice to have a plan in place.
And we can make it automated. It's a question of how much do we trust what we've got. Again, as we get more confidence in the system, we'll be able to make those kind of decisions. We're just really early in the stage, but we felt we needed to get this released now before July and August with the potential flooding season coming up. So we wanted to at least get this tool in people's hands so they can start getting the data. And realistically, there's a lot of opportunity. We didn't even talk about the historical data. So if there's somebody who really, likes playing with numbers, Excel pivot tables and other stuff, download the data, help us understand the data we're seeing. Because I mean, we've got the history of since the day the sensors went in, they're collecting data. It's available publicly through the site.
Okay.
Let me
answer a little bit more. I mean, as the data comes in, again, it's in infancy, but we will be working with the police department, fire and rescue, public works, ultimately for someone to monitor this 24/7, to be aware once we're confident that we're not crying wolf, so to speak. Once we know that it's worthy of those assets being put in place, and we're confident that when at this threshold, they should be alerted. So we're going to be meeting with all the different departments as we move forward with the project and put all those measures in place.
Mr. Mayor, and this is just, I probably know, maybe it's a stupid question, I don't know, but the city manager and the department heads up there, I know a year and a half ago when we had the talk by Ellicott City, all of us had our eyes open and I think our jaws hit the ground when they told us that, we were looking at possibly, or they were $100 million to fix everything, which Staunton couldn't afford at the time with everything else going on. But as department heads, I'll just want to know, do y'all feel right now, as we sit here, that we are in a much better place than we were a year and a half? Nobody's going to prevent what happened a year, that's a 500-year, 1,000-year flood. But are we in a better place that we think we can prevent or stop some minor flooding that may, like down here at the wharf, that, can flood a lot of businesses down there? Are we in a better place?
Mr. Robinson, members of council, I think we're heading to a better place. This is step one. This is our baby step to get to a better place. As Pete and Kurt have said, it's going to take a lot of tweaking. We have to collect data, tweak it to get everything tuned in to where it needs to be. We've had preliminary meetings with other staff, emergency services included, to talk about what happens, what they need to know, when they need to know, what they're going to do when they get this alert. So we're working through that. There's a lot of other aspects. If you recall, I can't remember the date of when we briefed council on this after the study. We can't fix it. The gist of what we determined is we cannot fix it. It would mean removal of historic buildings, hundreds of millions of dollars to fix it. We could fix it, but we can't afford to, and it would destroy our downtown and bankrupt the city. So that's what we had determined a couple years ago. But what we're trying to do is mitigate it the most efficiently that we can with the funds and resources that we're going to have available. We do think we can improve the situation through warning, flood shields that can be put in place, and increasing or maximizing, not increasing, but maximizing the capacity of the creeks and tunnels that carry that water out through the city. So that's our strategy, and that's what we're working towards. This was the low-hanging fruit, so to speak, to get this in place early. And Pete and Kurt have done an amazing job getting this where it is today. So I feel like just having this in hand, we are better, but we've got a lot more to do.
Yeah, I know. We talked about it a little bit, and it was a rather blunt thing to say. And, you know, but basically what we were looking at is, do we spend $100 million to save $8 or $10 million damage?
Right.
So, you know, that math don't add up.
Yeah.
Part of what John maybe, but what we need to understand is that we could put every stormwater management system in place known to man, anything that the consultants could recommend, except for putting a massive pump and pumping it all the way over zero. And if we get that kind of rain, if we get 7 inches in an hour and a half, we're still going to have 3 feet in the wharf parking lot.
Right.
It's just the nature. I mean, that.
Yeah.
All that.
Thank you all for all your work. We do appreciate it.
What about lower in Lake Thames? That was talked about a couple of years ago. You know, if you know an event's coming, you drop the water level in Lake Thames, so it is available to be a reservoir for a while.
Right, and we did, in those meetings we had, we did include Parks and Rec, who would control that, and that is our plan. The problem is lowering that takes time. In a hurricane type situation where we have a long range forecast where we know something is coming, that'll be beneficial. And then our plan is to lower the levels in Lake Thames. For the flash flood situation like we had in August of 2020, there wasn't time.
Right.
We didn't know what was coming, and we didn't know how much it was going to be. So there wouldn't have been time. I mean, it takes hours to lower that level. So it is in our plan, but it's more of a slow moving hurricane type storm.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any questions from council?
I was just curious, did we have many people take the storm doors up in like the wharf area?
We are working on that right now. We're going to use ARPA funds. The plan is to reimburse property owners if they purchase the flood shields. I'm working through I'm meeting with finance next week. There were some questions from the auditors about how to do that. And we have to follow federal regulations on how we disperse those ARPA funds. So we've been working through that aspect of it right now.
Yeah,
I hope to be doing that real soon.
Yeah, but the ones that they had before were so heavy, it was really hard for somebody to put them in place.
Yeah, they're I've researched several different styles, and some are plastic even. And I mean, you could pick it up with one hand and they just slide in. So there's there's lots of different styles, but they're much improved than what they were just 2 years ago. Okay.
Thank you.
Further questions? Well, thank you all for the report. Anybody have any closing comments? Everybody's deferring. All right. Well, thank you all very much, and continue to monitor. And I hear 6 inches of rain has come.
Yeah.
Is that we've had 6 inches?
That's what he's saying. 6 inches at Public Works.
On top of the Public Works building.
And it's desperately needed. So let's just hope we have no flooding. Thank you again.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
And we are going to stand adjourned for 5 minutes before we start our regular meeting. I'd like to welcome everyone here tonight for the June 22nd, 2023 regular meeting of the Staunton City Council. Let's rise, if you will, and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And tonight's invocation moment of silence is coming from Councilor West.
Thank you, Kyle.
Mayor Claffey, I will be doing a prayer. If you would like to join in, you can. If not, that is your right. So here we go. Heavenly Father, thank you for every seat that has been filled here today. For each mind and heart that fills the presence of this room, we thank you. Only you truly know what we are setting out to accomplish today. We have an idea, a vision, hints, and daily instructions. We have talents, abilities, and time to work. However, only you can see in perfect detail the end of every beginning. Every project, every season, every life, nothing is ever in vain, for even mistakes and missteps are used for good. Your righteousness transcends all our efforts and understanding. Forgive us for our pride, the pride that puffs us up, and the pride that threatens to unqualify us. Strengthen our confidence in who you have made us to be. Set us free from comparison in order to work together efficiently. Bless this meeting today, all those present, as well as the lives of those we will encounter afterward. Ready us to make every moment count. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you. All right. For the mayor's report tonight, I see we have quite a full house tonight. It's going to be an interesting meeting, so I'm not going to hold anything up. I'll get into it, but I'll first ask other members of council, do you have any items you'd like to bring up?
I do. First, I'd like to say we're the Housing Commission that we've been talking about. We have unanimous go ahead from City Council to work on that. I have a tentative charter in place for that, and staff is moving forward on the process of it. Anyone that would like to get in touch with scope and hopeful parameters for what this commission will be covering, I would welcome any public input on that as well. But we're moving forward. We'll have more specifics definitely by the August meeting as well. Been happy to work with Rebecca Joyce, the new housing planner as well. She's very enthusiastic about it and moving forward, and I'm very glad that she's part of this project as well. And a second item, I'm holding a town hall listening session with special guest Terry Holmes as well. It'll be this coming Saturday at 2:30 in the front room of Montgomery Hall, the room that faces the playground there right in the front there, the front porch. So please come by. I'd love to talk to you, talk about the issues that we've gone through and things coming up. And, Terry will be there as well. So he says.
Good deal.
Thank you.
Other members from council?
Mayor Claffey?
Yes.
I attended the Central Shenandoah Planning District Commission meeting this week, and they're always very interesting. What I found the most enlightening this week was that our region, which stretches along the I-81 corridor, we received over $120 million of ARPA funding when that money came out. And so each locality and counties and cities, towns, all did a little spiel about what they, projects they were using their ARPA money for. And so that was just very interesting information to hear, and they do a really good job.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I got to this past Tuesday after I got off work a little bit late, but was able to attend the CAPSOL meeting. And our new member appointment by the city of Staunton, Mr. William Willett, was seated. So that's a good thing. We did take up and approved monies to go to Rugged Hands. They're going to be supplying roofing materials. The Shenandoah LGBTQ, which will be supplying transportation gift cards for those in order to get to places, medical appointments, whatever, that may not have that ability. Waynesboro YMCA swim program supplies, and Embrace, which is trying to build, and it will be a portion of the storage shed. So very productive meeting, and enjoyed it tremendously.
Very good.
Mayor Claffey,
Indeed.
I attended the Staunton Redevelopment and Housing Authority this past week, and our new appointed Commissioner Anna Joy Brenda has been seated. And also we have a new executive director that has taken his place, Nehemiah Velasquez. And he look like he's bringing some life and new ideas to the city of Staunton as a housing authority, and hopefully that we'll have an opportunity to work with them.
Very good. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to report on the Library Advisory Committee, which I attended last week. The library has gotten a subscription to the New York Times. That was something that was asked for. The Washington Post is physically in the library. Folks can go there and read it. But you can simply, if you're wanting to read the New York Times, you can go on the website. You'll see it on the left-hand side. You can simply log in, get a subscription, and read it for 24 hours. If you want it, you can do that every day as much as you want. So it's a very expensive subscription. So getting it for free on our library is a real value.
Great. Anyone else? What's
Harry James?
Barry, it's good to see you here.
No,
today.
that's it. I've been out.
Oh,
I've been out lame, so I can't say a whole lot.
Well, it's good.
Laid
It's
up.
getting better. It's all right.
It's good to have a full 7-member council back up here after last month. All right. Moving right along, let us go to the approval of minutes. I will entertain a motion.
Mayor Claffey,
Yes, ma'am.
I move to approve the work session and regular meeting agendas as presented.
Minutes.
Minutes.
I'll second that.
Motion has been made and second. Mr. Kessinger.
Mr. Holmes,
I was absent.
Ms. Edwards,
Aye.
Mr. Arrowood,
I was absent as well.
Ms. Woods,
Aye.
Mr. Robertson,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Darby,
Aye.
Mayor Claffey.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, that gets us to our housekeeping items and brings us to the first topic under our regular meeting, a consideration of ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2023 budget for the city of Staunton by adding budget amendment number 6. Ms. Beauregard.
Jesse Moyers, our Chief Finance Officer, will walk through this item.
Welcome, Ms. Moore.
Good evening. So I'm bringing budget amendment number 6 for FY23 back to you tonight. It was introduced at the last council meeting. This is a city-only budget amendment and totals $2,874,238. This budget amendment did require a public hearing, which was properly advertised on June 1st and held at the June 8th meeting. I'm going to run through it in detail just because some of you were not here at the last meeting when it was introduced. The general fund portion is for $1,065,881. That is $18,228 for the opioid settlement funds. Those are additional funds that have come in. $12,102 for insurance recoveries for the sheriff department. $28,500 for additional comp board funds. $2,000 for the Virginia CIT coalition funds. $275,643 for workers' comp reimbursement. $1,614 for PD insurance recoveries, $389,170 for additional VDOT street maintenance funds, $287,443 to appropriate recovered funds from Columbia Gas that they paid us for paving where they had done work, $7,500 for the Blackley grant, $20,000 donation for the Gypsy Hill Park insurance program, our project, and $23,680 for additional state funds for the library. CIP funds, that nets to zero. $42,000 was moved from the VDOT matching, which is no longer how they fund their projects, and put into a project for retaining walls that were starting to fail. And so we needed to pay for the design work there. Community development funds, $162,227. $51,227 is for carryover funds for the Arcadia grant, $99,000 to appropriate the Western State Steam Plant Project grant, and $12,000 for the HUD CDBG VITA grant. In the grants fund is $337,918. And that is for $2,750 for the LLEVG grant and $335,168 for the ARPA law enforcement grant that we received. Blue Ridge Court Services, $106,510 for additional DCJS grant award funds for them. HUD Fund, $1,177,646, and that's carryover grant funds for them. Water Fund, $6,642, and that is for an insurance recovery. And lastly, Stormwater, $17,414 for the Monsanto settlement recovery. And I can take questions now if you have any.
Questions from council? Go ahead.
And this question, if it was asked or one of the meetings that I was late or whatever, this is City Hall. Has this area over here where it goes down the stairs where part of it collapsed, or, I mean, I know a lot of it's just, is it on the CIP, or
It's been fixed.
It has been
Yes,
fixed.
sir.
I haven't been up and down it. So
Yeah, it looks great.
fantastic.
Yes, sir.
I'll
That's
go
done.
up and down it as soon as I get out of the meeting then. Thank you.
Very good. Any further questions? I will entertain a motion.
Mayor Claffey, I move to approve an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2023 budget by adding budget amendment number 6 totaling $2,874,238.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
I'll second. Terry Holmes.
Jerry Holmes, second. Mr. Kester.
Ms. Woods,
Aye.
Ms. Edwards,
Aye.
Mr. Robertson,
Aye.
Mr. Holmes,
Aye.
Mr. Arrowood,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Darby,
Aye.
Mayor Claffey.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. I noticed you didn't leave. Item B is an approval of transfer of already appropriated funds within the capital improvement fund.
Turn it back over to Ms.
Directly
Moyers.
on to Ms. Moyers. Welcome back.
Okay, this agenda item is to move funds between CIP projects. It does not appropriate any new revenue, and therefore it is not considered a budget amendment. It does not require a public hearing. Normally, the city manager has the authority to do budget transfers within a fund, but that does not apply to the CIP fund. According to our policy, we bring it back before council to move money between projects. Since this is not a budget amendment, we can introduce and vote on these transfers at the same meeting. You'll notice that almost all the CIP transfers relate to the JDR Courts / West End Complex projects. These transfers, along with the ARPA funding designed for this project or designated for this project, will allow the city to purchase the parcel, do the design work, and a portion of the construction with cash. In doing so, that will save us interest when we have to issue debt on the project. The first transfer I'm proposing relates to the $776,000 of ARPA funding set aside for the regional animal shelter renovation. Now I want to pause and assure you and the citizens that we still fully plan to fund that project, but just using a different method. So I propose that we fund the animal shelter with local dollars due to the fact that the budget for the construction part of the project was built on the assumption that no federal funds would be used. If we were to use federal funding, this would increase the cost of the project, principally due to the Davis-Bacon Act, which adds additional work to the contractor and therefore would increase our cost. The animal shelter funding would be put on the first budget amendment for FY24 and would be introduced at the next council meeting, which is scheduled July 27th. Then the ARPA funding that is freed up from that would be moved to the JDR Courthouse West End Complex project. The next transfer being proposed is to use the $400,000 in the Beverly and North Coulter pedestrian crossing project for the JDR Courthouse / West End Complex. $215,000 would go to that project, and the other $185,000 would go for the water infrastructure acquisition project. The city received a VDOT grant earlier this spring that includes funding for this particular crossing, as well as 9 more crossings. The total grant is about $1.1 million, and you'll see that on the budget amendment that I introduced July 27th. The next 4 proposed transfers are for projects that have ended with excess funding remaining. The first one is $190,202 that was left over from the telephone upgrade that we recently did. 136,000 left over from the Bessie Weller Safe Route to School project. 50,000 for the Route 11 Commerce Road intersection project, and 54,948 for the county courts project. And that concludes the list of CIP transfers that we're requesting, and I can take questions at this time.
Well, I commend you on saving all these funds and putting them together to good use. So
No use in letting them sit there.
yeah, that's exactly right. Thank you very much for doing so.
Jesse, what was the total amount going now to the JDR?
We would be adding an additional 1,422,150 to the JDR project. And that would be in addition to the almost $2.3 million that we set aside in ARPA, which gives us a total of about $3.7 million, which will cover the cost of the parcel, the design work, and some extra to go toward construction.
Excellent. Excellent. Any other questions from council? I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the transfer of already appropriated funds within the capital improvement fund as presented.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Counselor. All right, Mr. Kesker.
Mr. Robertson.
Aye.
Ms. Woods.
Aye.
Mr. Holmes.
Aye.
Mr. Arrowood.
Aye.
Ms. Edwards.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Darby.
Aye.
Mayor Claffey.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And she's gone as soon as we.
Yeah.
All right. Item C is a public hearing and consideration of a request by the city of Staunton to vacate, discontinue, and abandon a 0.009 acre portion of Village Drive. Ms. Beauregard.
Rodney Rose, our senior planner, will walk through this item.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Claffey, City Council members. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Back in January of 2023, City Council approved a final plat for an extension of Village Drive. As you may recall, that extended Village Drive up to those 2 new apartments that were built. I think there were 42, 44 units total. So during that review of that final plat, staff determined that a small portion of the existing Village Drive right-of-way, which is approximately 392 square feet, should be vacated. That was actually a portion of a public sidewalk, but it has been replaced with a new sidewalk due to some elevation grade changes. A new one had to be installed. So there's a new sidewalk there that goes up to those apartments. But what's left is a sidewalk that only serves 106 Village Drive, and it's right up against the building. And the city is requesting that we vacate this portion of the right-of-way so that Jeff Johnson and his staff do not have to maintain that sidewalk that only serves one property. Plan Commission conducted a public hearing on this on May 18th, 2023. No one spoke in opposition to the request, and on a 5-0 vote, the Commission recommended approval of the vacation. I'll be glad to take any questions you have at this time.
Members of council, do you have any questions?
No.
You're glad to entertain a motion?
Mr. Mayor.
Excuse me, this is a public hearing. No.
Oh.
Okay. All right. You read my public hearing. All right, I'm about to open up the public hearing. It is a time the council sets aside to hear from citizens on this specific topic. We ask that you please give your name, your address, keep your remarks at 5 minutes or less. When you reach the 5-minute time limit, I will let you know that your time limit has expired. For any Zoom participants, please raise your hand now if you wish to speak on this particular topic. Once everyone who wishes to speak has had an opportunity, I will then close the public hearing. I will now open the public hearing. Would anyone like to speak on this matter? Going once. Mr. Kester, do we have anybody online?
No, sir, we do not.
Public hearing is.
You want to do it?
Mayor Claffey, I move the
Councilman.
council adopt the ordinance and approve the vacation as recommended by the Planning Commission.
Motion has been made and is seconded by Councilor Roberts. Mr. Kesker.
Mr. Arrowood.
Aye.
Ms. Woods.
Aye.
Ms. Edwards.
Aye.
Mr. Holmes.
Aye.
Mr. Robertson.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Darby.
Aye.
Mayor Claffey.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Very good. Brings up public hearing and consideration of request by Baldwin Place Homeowners Association for a special use permit under the provisions of SCC 18.20.030-8 to make changes to the covenants of the planned residential development. Ms. Beauregard.
I'll turn it back over to Rodney Rhodes.
Thank you once again.
Welcome back.
Baldwin Place Homeowners Association has requested a change to their planned residential development, which was approved by council originally back in 1986. And the planned residential development was approved with a special use permit, and it included the approval of covenants and restrictions of the neighborhood as part of that process. The Baldwin Place back in 96 amended the covenants and went through the same SUP process to amend it at that time. Now they're requesting another amendment. They are requesting to remove the requirement that cedar shakes be used for all roof surfaces. The HOA proposes to add roof surface material requirements to the bylaws. Therefore, if there were any future changes to that design requirement, it would not need to come before Planning Commission and City Council. They're proposing in the bylaws to allow additional roof materials such as natural cedar shakes, composites, shingles, laminated shingles, and raised seam metal for appendages. I would note that this has been an ongoing issue for this neighborhood for quite some time. I first became aware of this when I was working for my previous employer. That's how long ago. This was designed as a Williamsburg-esque type neighborhood. So they contacted the planner and zoning administrator in Williamsburg to ask if we had any experiences in that jurisdiction with substitute roof materials as opposed to the cedar shakes, because even 10 years ago, they were having some issues with those. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to give them any good advice at that time, not having any experience with any other type of roof materials in the colonial Williamsburg. But staff has reviewed this and does not see any issues. The city's deputy chief of community risk reduction of the fire marshal's office also noted, there's a quote in the briefing from him about this, about the dangers associated with these type of shingles. And the bottom line is the fire department supports any change to make the community safer from fire emergencies. As far as staff has no objections to proposed change to the covenants. And at the Plan Commission May 18th, 2023 meeting, the commission conducted a public hearing. During the public hearing, one person spoke in opposition to the request. And I would note that that opposition, which is also in writing to council in the agenda packet, I think is kind of twofold. The first item that they opposed was the way the vote was conducted. And I would note that city attorney has concurred with staff that that is not a role for the city or a city council to get involved in. It's not up to the city to monitor HOA elections. The other, I guess, item of opposition from this person was regarding removing the roofing material from the covenants. Not so, they weren't, from my reading, they weren't opposed to adding additional potential roofing materials, but thought it should stay in the covenants to add that layer of protection. So it would have to go through this Planning Commission and City Council process. But that was the only person that spoke at that in opposition at the public hearing, and on a 5-0 vote, the commission unanimously voted to recommend approval of the special use permit. I'd be glad to take any questions you have at this time. There are representatives from the HOA here to make their presentation before you, and I'd be glad to take any questions also after you conduct the public hearing.
Very good. Do we hear from the HOA before the public hearing or during?
Yes, per your rules, the applicant in land use matters gets up to 15 minutes. That includes your questions in those 15 minutes.
What I thought. And who's here from the Homeowners Association? Please come forward.
I'm Louis Lobenhofer. I'm the president of the Homeowners Association. Happy to take any questions that you have on this. I thought Rodney summarized it quite well, actually, and he and Tim have been very gracious to us and very helpful, and I want to commend them for how helpful they've been for us. So what can I help you with?
Questions? Go ahead, Terry.
Well, what is the life of a cedar roof? I mean, is it?
It varies, but 20 to 25 years maximum, sometimes less than that. Between rot is a bit of a problem with them. And of course, wood doesn't age all that well, and it kind of depends on how the sun hits and where the shade is and that sort of thing. But
To paint them or?
no, you don't do anything with them, and they kind of lose their edge, as it were.
You're not taking them off. You're just adding other options.
Right. We're not requiring anybody to change it early, but as they age out, people will have other options.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, okay, let me make sure I understand that. Because I maybe Rodney helped me too, because I kind of understood that y'all were wanting to do away with cedar shake shingles.
It's an exclusive.
Because I knew Jake. I worked with, Jacob was a friend even, and I know Jake put that tenant there to make it have that Williamsburg look. So you're all right with actually keeping cedar shake shingles.
Those remain an option.
You're giving the homeowners a different.
We're adding 2 more options, but we're hoping that economics will do the job for us because cedar shakes have become incredibly expensive. For some of our larger homes, the cedar shake roof is going to cost in excess of $100,000 if you want to put one on now. Not only that, but installers are becoming very hard to find, and Travelers Insurance will no longer cover your house if you want to have a cedar shake roof, and other insurers may go in that direction. So the combination of those factors is going to make it increasingly difficult to have a cedar shake roof. Meanwhile, the other alternatives that we've adopted are somewhat less expensive to much less expensive. The one that's somewhat less expensive lasts a whole lot longer. Combination of factors argues that you're probably going to want to replace it with something else. So over time, we hope that we're going to get a lot of other roofs rather than cedar. Kind of what we're hoping for.
Councilor Woods, did you have a question earlier?
No, he just answered.
Okay, all right.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
Sir, how many people are in your homeowners association?
There are 52 lots. There are 40 in the low 40s homes currently. There's one lot that could be built on, we think. So that's kind of what we're looking at.
And when this was before your homeowners association, was it a well-attended meeting? Did most people?
Well, we voted by mail.
Okay.
There were, again, 52 lots, 1 vote per lot. 48 votes were cast. It was 42 to 6.
Thank you.
That was for the amendment to the covenants. That wasn't quite that much on parts of the other proposal, but the lowest vote was 33 in favor. So nothing was close. A majority is 27. So nothing was close and everything passed.
Any other questions from members of council?
Not really. I just the idea of having cedar shakes pressed up against a chimney that's burning wood just seems like an invitation to adventure.
Oh yeah. And not to mention the fact that some of us are up against a conservation easement that's full of forest that isn't tended terribly well.
Oh, good.
That's where my house is. And yeah, the combination of, and all of us have to have chimneys. So the combination of the chimneys plus the conservation easement where lightning could strike, Oh, I sleep really well with my cedar shake roof.
Any other questions? I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing.
Okay.
All right. In a moment, I'm going to open up the public hearing. It's time that council will listen to hear from matters on this topic only. We ask that you please give your name, your address, keep your remarks at 5 minutes or less. For our Zoom participants, please raise your hand now. Anyone wishing to speak? The public hearing is now open.
My name is Helen Willard, and I live at 304 Candlelight Drive in Staunton in this development. Mr. Mayor, I rise to speak in opposition to this proposal submitted by the Baldwin Place Homeowners Association. At the May 18, 2023 Planning Commission meeting, I presented an opposition statement to address concerns about the association's proposal to remove the cedar shake roof requirement from the covenants. You have a copy of the detailed statement as well as a copy of this opposition statement. City planning staff recommended that the proposal move forward for the City Council's review based on, quote, it would serve the interest of public necessity, convenience, general welfare, and good zoning practice, close quote. The staff also stated that cedar shakes were a possible fire risk. However, there hasn't been one fire related to cedar shakes since the inception of this development. It isn't clear to me how this change serves the interest of public necessity, how it affects the general welfare, or how good zoning practice comes into play. However, this change can be considered a convenience for those who don't wish to have cedar shake roofs due to cost, even though when everyone who purchased a home in this development knew and agreed that they would have to have cedar shake roofs. Cedar shake roofs are the most significant feature of this development, changing ordinary houses into a unique, quaint Williamsburg neighborhood. The developer, Jake Smith, placed the roof requirement in the covenant so that it would be difficult to change. It would require 100% compliance, and it would create a consistent Williamsburg-like appearance throughout the neighborhood. Because this requirement is in the covenants, the City Council is charged with protecting this development from change that will have a negative effect on the aesthetics or the value of the homes in this neighborhood. Residents who were opposed to this proposal had their due process rights trampled by the leadership who violated the very bylaws and covenants they wished to change. The safeguards put in place to provide a fair system for change were ignored. The bylaws state that there can be no voting by mail except for the board of directors. Mail-in ballots were used repeatedly. The bylaws state that residents must vote in person or by proxy. Residents were allowed to vote by ballot. The bylaws state that the proposal must be in proper form to allow the residents to make revisions at the meeting. The proposals were presented as a ballot that couldn't be changed. The planning staff indicated that the city is not responsible for monitoring the elections of homeowners associations. However, the council may certainly take these violations by the association's leadership into consideration, since the council is tasked with making sure that proposed changes are in the best interest of every resident in the neighborhood. Efforts were made by residents to convince the leadership to comply with the bylaws. One, it was stressed that most, if not all, residents were in favor of an alternate, but the alternate must mimic cedar shakes and the roof requirement should remain in the covenants. Two, many concerns were presented about having asphalt shingles as an alternative, and that asphalt shingles in no way mimic cedar shakes, and they have unsightly bleeding over time. The leadership indicated that upon approval, additional roofing options would be added to a growing list of alternatives. The introduction of multiple types of roofs will destroy the primary Williamsburg feature, the cedar shake roofs, and will contribute to the decline in the aesthetic uniqueness of the development and the market value of our homes. Ordinary homes with cedar shakes have character, but when mixed with multiple roof types, these unique homes simply become an oddity, and they may simply disappear in the future. In the end, a ballot was distributed that provided only one choice: take the cedar shake requirement out of the covenants. Yes, a majority of the residents voted in the affirmative, but then there wasn't a choice. And most had been convinced that changing this requirement would not alter the uniqueness of the neighborhood. It would eliminate the involvement of you, the city council, and it was a way to put a cheaper roof on a house. The Planning Commission and the City Council are the only sources of protection of the covenants, and this is why Mr. Smith put the roofing requirement in the covenants, a practice that in itself is unusual. Cedar shake roofs are the most significant feature of this development, and the requirement needs to remain in the covenants, along with an alternative that mimics cedar shakes. The preservation of the uniqueness of Baldwin Place is no different than that of any other historic neighborhood in Staunton. It is the only neighborhood of its kind because of the shake roofs, and it warrants preservation. Please do not rubber stamp this flawed proposal. The City Council is urged to reject the request presented today and to ask the association's leadership to start the process again and do so without violating the bylaws. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak?
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Joel Clark, 308 Lake Tree Drive. I am the vice president of the HOA, and I'll be very brief because I think Mr. Lopenhofer spoke well for 81% of the people who voted on this issue and which had been before us on surveys years before. Only on the bylaws issue will I address because I don't like to repeat things. On that issue, we had to hire counsel because of that one repeated claim that we were depriving people of their due process. I've never had it articulated how we did it, so we had to hire a lawyer who specifically agreed with us that voting by mail and ballot was the way to have a bunch of octogenarians, me being a youngster at 67, and one living out of state, to be able to vote. And under that process, 42 out of 48 voted yay. They wanted a safer, more affordable, less dangerous roof for at least themselves, leaving the 6 who objected to have a less safe roof if they wanted to. So the bylaws, according to the lawyer, and to my reading as an ex-lawyer, there was no prohibition against voting by mail. And our lawyer thought it was the safest, fairest, best way to prevent the issue to the people. And I think that's all I need to say to add to the issue. Any questions of me? Or?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Mr. Kester, anybody online?
No, sir.
Would you like to speak?
Okay, my voice is going to shake.
That's okay.
My name is Deborah Smith. I live at 206 King Square in Baldwin Place. I would just like to say that our community has been involved in this change, this process for probably the last 3 years rather intensely. And it has become such an issue of contention that's it's negatively affected many of my neighbors. And I hate to see that happen. It's clear from the voting that the people in the neighborhood want to see this changed. It's also clear that we don't want to have to bring all of our little issues to the Planning Commission and the City Council. I mean, we don't want you to have to pick our door colors. So, you know, we're really looking for, you know, the freedom to do the things that we want to do in our community without having to interfere with your business, which is obviously a lot more important than some of our issues. So I would ask this motion be passed and our community can move forward and begin to make friends again with some of the people that we've had that, you know, there have been problems with. So thank you for letting me share.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? Mr. Cusker, anyone online?
No, I have no one with their hand raised.
All right. Well, then I'm about to close the public hearing if no one else wants to speak. Public hearing is closed. Now entertain a motion.
Mayor Claffey.
Councilor Holmes.
I move the council adopt the resolution and approve the special use permitted as recommended by the Planning Commission.
The motion has been made. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Edwards. Any further discussion? Any other questions? Mr. Cusker.
Mr. Arrowood.
Aye.
Ms. Woods.
Aye.
Ms. Edwards.
Aye.
Mr. Holmes.
Aye.
Mr. Robertson.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Darby.
Aye.
Mayor Claffey.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to a public hearing and consideration of request by Flying Rock Property LLC for a special use permit under the provisions of Staunton City Code 18.75.040-1 for the development of a solar energy facility at 801 Commerce Road. And simultaneously a public hearing and consideration of a solar siting agreement between Staunton PVUT LLC and the city of Staunton, Virginia. Ms. Beauregard.
So yes, sir, as you just noted, staff will do their reports on each of those items first, and then the public hearing will cover both of those items. So the individuals may speak on the SUP, the siting agreement, either or both. So I'll let Mr. Rodney Rhodes begin his presentation this evening.
Welcome back.
Thank you. As the mayor noted in the introduction to this, the applicant proposes to develop a 97-acre property at 801 Commerce Road with a 15.75 megawatt utility scale solar energy facility and a 5 megawatt community scale solar energy facility. As council, I'm sure remembers, the council conducted a public hearing on May 25th, 2023 for the removal of the property from the Bells Lane Agricultural Forestal District. And at the same meeting, City Council conducted a public hearing on the special use permit application to develop the property with solar energy facility. During the public hearing, 12 people spoke in opposition to the application and 9 spoke in support of the proposal. At the conclusion of the public hearing, City Council unanimously voted to table or postpone the matter on the SUP and also the solar siting agreement. Council did approve the removal of property from the Ag Forestal District at that time. Council noted in their motion to table the SUP that this would allow members of the community additional time to educate themselves on the proposal and get their questions answered. Mayor Claffey noted that there was a wealth of information in the agenda packet and recommended that the residents review the material. After that public hearing, we heard from council members, and there were 3 things that were suggested by council of staff. And one was to provide council members an opportunity to visit the site. 2 was provide council members an opportunity to visit a similar solar energy facility site. And 3 was to consider having a solar expert such as Dr. Lee Daniels of Virginia Tech, who was referenced at the May meeting, potentially attend the June meeting. City staff extended an offer to tour the site with council members. Several of the council members went with staff to the site. Staff also encouraged council members to visit a solar energy facility in Mount Jackson at their convenience on their own. There are some similarities with the Mount Jackson site and the proposed one in Staunton. It's 22 megawatts. It is larger. It's about 170 or 180 total acres, about 100 acres and solar panels. And I would note that that's just phase one. There's 4 phases. It will be 600 acres when it is completely developed. It's on rolling terrain, similar to the 801 Commerce Road. Has the same type of fixed panels, I believe, that are being proposed at Commerce. There are some differences though. For one, it's bordered on 3 sides by public roads, and there's next to no buffering or landscaping. And staff found out that they did not use the new stormwater management requirements. They used the old one. So what would be required of this one, if it's approved, are much more stringent than that. As far as having someone such as Dr. Lee Daniels come to this meeting, the city's environmental staff, Pete Kessiger, who will speak later this evening on this matter, who's the environmental programs manager for the city of Staunton. And before he got into working in local government, he had a career as a soil scientist. So he can read this information from Lee Daniels and understand it better than probably anyone else in the city staff. He reviewed this and noted that, you know, Dr. Daniels' primary focus is on using this property, solar farms, as when they're decommissioned as farms once again. So soil compaction is an important aspect to consider in that process. And that is something that will be considered at the site plan stage if this is approved and moves forward. However, staff would note that this property more than likely will not be used for agricultural purposes again. City Council removed it from the agricultural district last month. It is zoned industrial. There's a lot of potential uses in the industrial district that could go there. In order for agricultural to go back there, the owner would have to request that it be put back into the agricultural forestal district overlay, and the city council would have to approve that. So we think that in this particular case, you know, Dr. Daniels, his expertise is not as germane for this particular site. I would at this time note that one of the concerns that were raised at the public hearing on May 25th was the appearance that there was a rush to review and approve the solar energy facility. And in your agenda packet, I provided a timeline over the past 20 months that staff has been working on this issue. And I will go through this in some detail at this time. Back in the fall of 2021, Daniel Chung reached out to city staff. He gave me a phone call. That was either in October or November of 2021, and discussed the possibility and the process to develop this property for a solar energy facility. And I probably rolled my eyes while I was on the phone with him, because Mr. Chung was the 5th person to contact me about potentially doing a solar energy facility. And I believe he was the 3rd person to contact me about this particular property for a solar energy facility. After I explained to others what the process was, I never heard back from them. Mr. Chung has gone through the various steps as far as applying for an amendment to the zoning ordinance to allow it, and in the industrial district, because back before that, we did not allow it anywhere in the city. He also applied to remove the property from the Ag Forestal District and also applied for the special use permit. Back in March of 2022, the commission authorized staff to work with the applicant on a zoning text amendment to allow solar energy facilities by special use permit. In May of 2022, the city received the application for the zoning text amendments to define a solar energy facility and permit them in industrial districts with a special use permit. And I would note that that application showed a picture of this property. So this was not being done, in secret. They were forthcoming with, okay, if this is approved, this is where I'm going to apply a special use permit for, is this property. The Plan Commission in June conducted a public hearing on the zoning text amendment, and on a 4-0 vote, voted to recommend approval of the zoning text amendments to allow this as a special use permit in the industrial districts, and not with a new chapter to the zoning ordinance with specific requirements. That was a conscientious decision made by the Planning Commission that these would be handled on a case-by-case basis, or they would recommend that to council. And that went to council in July of 2022. And at that meeting, the applicant actually had a PowerPoint and showed pictures of that property where they'd be applying for a special use permit. And at the conclusion of that public hearing on a 7-0 vote, council voted to approve the zoning text amendments. And I would note that that is when the city determined that solar energy facilities were an acceptable use in the city, and that the city would look at them on a case-by-case basis, and they would only be in the industrial districts. So that matter is not before council tonight. In November of 2022, the applicant attended a development review team meeting to discuss the special use permit application and the site plan process. And I would note that's a meeting of various city staff from many different departments and divisions. And we meet twice a month with prospective developers in the city and kind of explain what the process is, what the concerns might be, and what the steps are to go through that process. In November, the city received the formal request to withdraw the property from the Bells Lane Agricultural Forestal District. In January, the city receives the special use permit application for a solar energy facility at 801 Commerce Road. Back in February, the Ag Forestal Committee had their first meeting of 2 to consider removing the property from the district. They had a second one. I'm sorry, we received the application to remove it in February. I'm sorry, in February and in April, the Agricultural Forestal District conducted those 2 meetings and also conducted a site visit individually to the property. And I would note have been some concerns about the composition of that committee and whether or not that was a legal committee because it's not fully, doesn't have all 10 members. I would like to note to council that before we advertised, before we scheduled any meetings of that committee, we reached out to the city's attorney to make sure we were on good legal grounds. We got the advice from city attorney that it was legal based on the composition of what we had and that we did have a quorum for those meetings. In February and in April, Oikos held 2 public information meetings in City Hall. Oikos sent notices of this meeting to planning staff, planning commission, city council, and to all property owners within 1/4 mile of the property. And I would note that this was not a requirement of the city. This is something that they did on their own. In March of 2023, the Plan Commission conducted a field trip to 801 Commerce Road to view surrounding properties from the highest point on the site. In April, the Plan Commission conducted another visit to the area to look at the site from other vantage points from Commerce Road, New Hope Road, and other elevated areas. And at the April 20th, 2023 Plan Commission meeting, a public hearing was conducted on the removal of the property from the Bells Lane Agricultural and Forestry District, and also on the special use permit for the solar energy facility. And on a 4-to-1 vote, the commission voted to recommend removal of the property from the Ag Forestry District and approval of the special use permit with 20 conditions. 19 of those conditions were recommended by staff. The commission modified 2 of those conditions and added condition number 20. And then, as you I'm sure are aware, last month, City Council conducted a meeting to consider the removal of Bells Lane Agricultural Forestry District, and also public hearing on the special use permit. The council voted 5-to-1 to remove the property from the Agricultural Forestry District, and a 7-0 to table consideration of the special use permit until this evening. I would note that, you know, I went through about 20 different significant events in the life of this proposal. That's not all of them. And I believe there are in that list 10 public meetings on this matter. And I would note that city staff, Plan Commission, City Council, and the Agricultural Forestry Committee have spent hundreds of hours on this proposal. And once again, I note that the applicant conducted 2 public meetings that were not required. City Council is conducting another public hearing that is not required. And I would note a special use permit, just a run-of-the-mill special use permit, normally takes 3 months. And even if it's a special use permit that requires a zoning text amendment, we normally allow those to run concurrently. Okay. I would remind the commission that staff recommended approval of the special use permit for the reasons outlined in the briefing from last month. It is supported by the comprehensive plan. Staff does not believe that this will have any significant impacts on the area. There's no significant impacts on infrastructure. Traffic will be minimal once it is constructed. No additional needs for water, sewer. I don't have to educate anyone's children based on this development. It will have some visual impacts, so there's no debate about that. And regardless of how much landscaping and buffering you have, there will be visual impacts. But this project is also unique in that it requires minimal grading of the site, and the site can and will be returned to its pre-existing condition at the end of the facility's useful life. I'm not sure there's any other industrial uses where you can go back to what it was like before. I would note that in the briefing, I've included the 20 proposed conditions. Once again, I've been working in local government and planning and zoning for 30 years, and I have not run across another solar energy facility that I have reviewed. However, I have made a lot of contacts in those 30 years, and I've reached out to at least half a dozen of my colleagues who have worked on solar energy facilities and reviewed plans in my review of this proposed plan and coming up with proposed conditions. I would note that these conditions, if it's approved, will run with the land. It doesn't matter if the property is sold or if the business is sold. This This has the same legal enforcement as the underlying zoning. It doesn't change just because ownership changes. And as far as enforcement of conditions, that's the same as enforcement of any zoning requirement. If we become aware of it, get a complaint, we will investigate, we will take appropriate action up to taking legal action. I would note that this is just one step in the process, but it is the public process. There are lots of other permits and approvals that will be required if council approves a special use permit. There are numerous approvals, agreements that the applicant will need to get with Dominion. There's also a license that will need to be obtained from the State Corporation Commission. The applicant will need to get approvals from the Department of Environmental Quality and also obtain clearance from Department of Historic Resources. They will also need approval from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for a nationwide permit and associated 401 water quality certification from DEQ. As far as additional city requirements, I'll have Pete Kesker come up and discuss the land disturbance permit and the E&S control permit from the city, and also the approval of stormwater pollution prevention plan by the city.
Mayor, Council, thank you for having me. Relative to what Rodney has asked for me to describe, the DEQ general construction permit will be part of the process which is required relative to the stormwater and E&S controls that will be required during construction. It's over 1 acre, and any project over 1 acre requires this type of permit. The city's land disturbance permit, based on the concept plan, it calls out approximately 59.9 acres of land disturbance. Based on that, at $2,500 per acre, there will be $150,000 bond, which will be in place. So just to describe a little bit about what this E&S bond entails, it will be held until the design engineer certifies that all stormwater management facilities and practices were installed and are functioning per the design, that a stormwater maintenance agreement has been signed, executed, and recorded with the deed, and the entire site and all stormwater structures are stabilized, which means 90% permanent cover has been established throughout the site and all plantings are established and living. This bond usually stays in place through at least the next growing season, which has passed, in order to assure that vegetative cover has been established. So that's the bond for the E&S. Our land disturbance permit is a flat fee. The stormwater pollution prevention plan is part of the site plan. That's part of what is required through DEQ in order to address the stormwater issues. And this plan stays on site throughout construction. The inspector on site is required to weekly inspect the site and note any deficiencies. Anytime there is a rain event over 1 inch, they are required to inspect the site and report that. We will be inspecting the site, and in this case, probably once a week. And so we make sure that this SWIP is kept up to speed. If not, we address that and potentially can shut down the project until such time that we're satisfied that the issues have been addressed. Again, there's site plan approval. And I'd like to address a little bit during the site plan approval relative to the soil compaction issues that have been brought up, which are very valid. And Rodney mentioned the fact that Dr. Daniels had made some recommendation. He was on a technical advisory committee relative to the soil compaction and soil density and the impact that this has on bringing a property back to prime farmland. So his concerns, and he was addressing properties that are in row crops, that are in productive agricultural use. and how post-construction you would use different equipment to decompact the soil, chisel plows, which can go down 2 feet, vibrate the soil, many different practices, excuse me, that can bring it back to productive use. And again, Rodney alludes to the fact that, and we did this soil, I did this soil analysis early on during a special use process as to what types of soils are on this property. These soils are hydrologic group D, which is the lowest productive soil in soil classifications. It's a very shallow soil. Depth to bedrock is 24 to 30 inches, has a clayey layer, which is why it's only ever been in pasture in hayland for now. But again, during construction and during the site plan review, it is very important to consider compaction relative to the stormwater compaction and infiltration rates that the property will have post-construction. So during site plan review, we'll be considering compaction, soil depth, ground cover, installing and establishing and maintaining appropriate native vegetative cover and pollinators, and then the distance between the solar arrays. All these things will be evaluated. And as you know, we've amended the city code and stormwater ordinance to require that in the past and even currently, DEQ is proposing regulations that won't go into effect until 24. We've implemented them in May 11th, I believe, which requires previously the only impervious area and the only land disturbance that was required to be incorporated into stormwater design was the base of the pillars which hold up the panels, which, as we all know, is just not what is happening. DEQ has recommended that the entire array be considered as impervious. And with that square footage, you have to accommodate, the stormwater facilities have to accommodate that amount of impervious area versus just the base of the array. There are other options. Minnesota has done a lot of research. Ohio's done a lot of research because it's truly not like a parking lot relative to runoff, because there's distance between the arrays. It hits pervious infiltrative surfaces. If the compaction is considered during construction and kept to a minimum, and then the ground cover is reestablished, the stormwater facilities are in place, it has very little, a lot less impact than if you were just considering the base. There was something else that I wanted to possibly, low impact design, that's just relative. That's a term that is used to basically impact the soils as least as possible relative to land disturbance and compaction during construction. If you have any questions, I'll try to answer.
Questions from council?
They're not going to remove any of the topsoil.
Minimal topsoil removal. And again, that'll be what's part of the site plan approval. When it comes in, it's rare that the first iteration of a site plan is approved. It generally takes 3 or 4 back and forth between the designer and staff relative to the comments. And so based on what the design is proposed, we will make comment relative to how they're addressing the bulk density of the soil and compaction, the native plants which should be put back, whether or not, how much topsoil will be removed, and all those types of things.
And well, and the plants and stuff that they are going to plant there are going to be pretty common to this area, and
that's what's recommended. I mean, in the past, construction projects in general use a VDOT mix, which is fescue and not really native plantings, and the roots don't penetrate into the soil very much and provide infiltration and such. The native plantings, and that's part of what Dr. Daniels' research showed, that they have much deeper root penetration. And as such, you have better infiltration, and therefore your stormwater issues are not as significant as using, say, fescue. Then also it's the pollinator effect relative to the importance of having.
Like wildflowers, maybe clover, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Can you, when you mentioned the bond, the $150,000 bond, how did you come up with that?
It's based on a standard fee, which is in our code of $2,500 per acre of disturbed area. We have 60 acres, which equal to 150,000.
Thank you.
That's after they all remove all their equipment and stuff like that.
Correct. That will be held until we are satisfied that the engineer signed off on the plan and certifies that it's per design, functioning per design, and then it's fully stabilized and we sign off on the stabilization of the project.
And that's different. I'm sorry, Mr. Kestiker. That's different from the decommissioning bond. So we're
Yes.
talking about a couple of different bonds here. So not to be confused with that. Yeah.
Yes, Councilor Holmes, I believe you were referring to the decommissioning
Yeah.
bond, which would be much greater than that. And that would be when the facility is no longer being used. And that would require the removal of all the equipment. And that is a proposed condition that staff has recommended. A couple more things as far as permits. I mean, Pete did a great job talking about the site plan approval, which is required by the city. Just to give you a little more basic information on that, that's an engineered plan that the applicant has to submit. They are working with the Timmons Group for that site plan. Timmons, I believe, has done more site plans for solar than anyone else in the state. I mean, this may be Oiko's first solar project. It's not Timmons, and they're the ones that are designing it. And this engineered plan goes through me, and we distribute it to, I believe, 10 different city staff and various different departments, divisions. Jeff Johnson and several of his people in Public Works look at it. The city engineer, obviously, Pete Kessiger, planning and zoning staff, fire marshal's office, the city's horticulturist, I mean, the building official, that is reviewed. And then we supply comments and usually there's 2 or 3 revisions to that before we get a site plan that meets all of our requirements. In addition to that, building permits obviously will be required. And I've talked to the building official, and he notes that a third party review and inspections may be required of this. He has the authority to require that, and due to either the complexity of a proposal or just the amount of how large the project is, may require that. And that would be borne on the applicant to pay for that. If you can imagine, we have one electrical inspector in the city. There could be a whole lot of, I mean, he could spend his entire week there, I believe, doing electrical inspections once this starts being constructed. So that's a serious possibility there would be third-party reviews and or inspections of this proposal.
Brad, just now that's our right to require that, and they have to pay for it.
That's correct. And that's the building official's right to require that. So that does not need to be a requirement coming from city council or through a condition. I'd like to.
Greg, going back to the $150,000 stormwater deposit.
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
You said the bond for the decommissioning was more than that, and how will that be secured for 25 years?
That would either be a bond or a letter of credit. And that would also, a proposed condition would be that would be reviewed and updated at minimum of every 5 years, and or every time this property or this business changes hands. If it's sold, then we would look at that again, make sure that those whatever we had in it is sufficient to cover the cost of completing a decommissioning of the site.
So the bond requirement will follow each new owner.
Yeah.
And it will be on top of them as well and revisited to be sure it is adequate at every stage in the 30 years projected life.
That's correct.
Okay. I did have one other question. Many of us, all of us, saw the Mount Jackson site up there. And now you said that site was constructed before the requirement that we have that is calling the top of the panels impervious area as well. Now they also had a lot of sod and had a lot of barbed wire around it, and you're looking right at the fence. Now we're requiring a lot more buffer area.
there is a proposed condition, and the conceptual plan shows a 50-foot wide buffer with landscaping.
Outside of the fence.
Outside of the fence that would include native plantings.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw on one side of that property, I think 2 rows of evergreens were on Georgetown Road where it borders some residential, but that's it. That's all they had. That's a decision. That's a decision made at the local level. That, you know, that's not a state level. That's what what you can require.
Right.
I would note that I would like to conclude with some drone footage that I showed at the Planning Commission meeting. I know a lot of you went to the site, but this is drone footage. It's only 30 some seconds from the highest elevation on the property at the elevation of the potential solar panels. And what I did is I just try to take note of what rooftops I can see. Because if I can see a rooftop from the highest point on this property, more than likely they can see this proposal, these solar panels, if they are constructed. That's facing New Hope Road right there. And you can see the church. That's a barn that's on the site. And VDOT and office, district office right there. And now you're facing Commerce Road, you see down there below.
I don't see the thistles.
This good comment. This drone footage was taken in March.
Yes,
so before the thistles were there, and also before all the landscaping was in full bloom.
There'd be a 50-foot wide corridor of vegetation all the way around this.
On all the properties that are not zone industrial, there is a section of this that borders industrial, already industrial property, so no buffer.
Commerce Road?
No, it's on the opposite side from Commerce. I'd be glad to take any questions you have at this time.
Further questions from council?
Probably got a comment, but not a question. We can do that later, I reckon.
We'll do comments. Yeah, but we're gonna get into a public hearing next.
Yeah, the next step would be Mr. Blair presenting the siding agreement.
Very good. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rodney.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Claffey, City Council. The other item before you tonight related to this proposed solar farm is the solar siting agreement. You've probably read through your summary, so I don't want to be too duplicative. I know we've got a long hearing ahead of us, but to go over some aspects of this that aren't in your packet, just briefly, the solar siting agreement would be for a lump sum payment of $200,000. The Code of Virginia requires for solar projects related to both battery storage as well as the generation projects, the utility scale generation projects that would produce over 5 megawatts, that the locality be contacted by the applicant and that there is negotiated a solar siting agreement. Now, there's a duty to negotiate, there's not a duty to approve, and there doesn't have to be a solar siting agreement. The code simply requires the applicant contact the locality and that there is a negotiation. For you, again, is a solar siting agreement that's been negotiated with the applicant for a lump sum payment of $200,000. The revenue, first I'd like to talk about this before we get into how that number was arrived to. There have also been questions I know from you and the public about potential total revenue of this project. So to go over those numbers just briefly, the solar siting agreement, if this project was approved, the solar siting agreement would be $200,000 lump sum payment. There is something called rollback taxes. As you know, this land is currently used for agricultural purposes. If this is approved tonight, there would be approximately $40,600 in rollback taxes that would be due to the city. Then over a 15-year period, currently the property is in land use taxation. It would instead go to the normal real estate rate, which would, there's a difference there over a 15-year period of about $99,300. And Ms. Reagan, who is the Commissioner of Revenue, she's here tonight. She has calculated that the potential machinery and tools tax would be approximately $633,000 over a 10-year period. So that's a revenue component, but I want to get back to the siting agreement because I know there have been questions about how was this number arrived at. Well, first, it's important to note you can Google and find all sorts of projects, okay? But we need to look at, as close as we can, apples to apples. To be perfectly candid, I'm not sure we're any close. Maybe we're at an orange, maybe a pear to an apple here. And why do I say that? Because what you will find if you look at Virginia and these solar siting agreements, a lot of these involve counties. And why is that? Because most cities in Virginia simply don't have active farmland in the city limits. Which cities do have active farmland? Well, it's the Tidewater cities mainly. You may know Virginia Beach. It has half the city is, not half, but a large portion. It used to be Princess Anne County. It merged with Virginia Beach and they have what's called the Green Line. It's a land use principle that they take a lot of pride in. South of the Green Line is supposed to remain rural. North of the Green Line, more urban and developed. Chesapeake does have some agricultural land. The city of Suffolk, again, which used to be Nansemond County, and then the city of Suffolk, it combined to become the city of Suffolk. It has some agricultural land. Now, again, when I talk about the apples to bananas to oranges to pears, whatever fruit you want to throw in there, kiwis, you'll look and you'll see things like this Charlotte County project. I think it's called the Randolph Solar Project. I believe that's 3,000 acres of solar panels in a rural county that has an agricultural base. That's probably not the best comparison to a 96-acre project in a city. You look to our north, you have Rockingham County. Rockingham County has passed a policy that they will not have solar siting agreements before approving a project. You look at Shenandoah County, they have a 32-acre project, and I believe the city manager, the county administrator there said they won't have a solar siting agreement for that particular project. So again, there are a lot of flavors to this. But what I did find is in the city of Chesapeake, which again is an independent city per Virginia's constitutional structure, I talked with their city attorney's office. March 21st of this year, they had a 7-acre project. Now it's a battery storage project. So there's no megawatts produced, but it is a solar battery storage project. 7 acres, they received approximately $11,760 for that project as part of their solar siting agreement. That is approximately $1,600 per acre. Chesapeake also in June 15th of 2021, there was a solar farm of 944 acres within the city and 118 megawatts. And again, this is why I say it's not quite apples to apples, but it is a city like Staunton. And that project, when you take a look at the megawatt calculation, it came out to 14,000 for a megawatt and 1,694 for an acre of land. Now, it wasn't an official solar siting agreement, but what they did is they had a condition with the SUP that provided approximately $1.6 million over a 30-year period. So that's where those numbers came from. That $1.6 million went to what is called their Open Space and Agricultural Preservation Program over a 30-year period. If you do the numbers for our proposed project in the city of Staunton, it's 15 megawatts, 96 acres. The acreage comes out to about $2,083 for an acre. If you take the 200,000, you have about, I guess it's not about 1,400 for a megawatt there. I mean, I'm sorry, 14,000 for a megawatt. So again, you look at the Chesapeake numbers, you can draw your own conclusions. Again, that's a city, unlike other counties. It is a city like Staunton. One thing I would note is that, again, there is a 5-acre minimum. Anything under 5 acres is not subject to the solar siting agreement. So I tended to view this negotiation as we had 10 acres to truly negotiate with. Again, you can take the 15-acre calculation, but if you take the 10-acre calculation, it comes out to about 20,000 per megawatt. But again, there's acreage or megawatts, how you can view this, but it's not an exact science because, again, different localities, there are different policies, there's nothing uniform. What you will hear, I know that the city manager talked to colleagues at the Virginia Local Government Management Association. I've talked to colleagues at the Virginia Local Government Attorneys Association. The rule of thumb is 20,000 per megawatt, but again, that rule of thumb is really rule of a thumbnail, is what I would say, because again, you cannot compare a 3,000-acre project down in Charlotte County, Virginia, with a 96-acre project in Staunton. That's just, that's not even fruit to fruit, that's fruit to meat or something. So again, this is before you for your consideration tonight. Happy to take any questions, or we can hear from the applicant before.
Questions or sure?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Sure.
You mentioned something with, and maybe Maggie, if she's here, I don't see her.
She is.
Sorry, Maggie. Question for you.
She's hiding.
I just want to know, like, you based it on, what did you say, 10 years?
How, the machinery and tools.
Yeah, what?
So
why didn't you base it on 15?
The estimate for machinery and tools tax was based on 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
I used just the 15 megawatts because that's what we can assess on.
Okay.
The applicant gave me an estimated installed cost of the equipment. And I put to that our trending schedule that over the 15-year useful life equipment. And applied the discount that is required by the Code of Virginia. That's 80% for the first 2 years, first 5 years, then 70 for 5 years, and then 60 for 5 years. And multiplied that times our current machinery and tools tax rate of $1.24 per 100 of assessed value. And that's how I arrived at the amount over 15 years being estimated at about $633,000.
Thank you.
Sure. Other questions on that? Got it.
No, thank you for doing that for us. Yeah. Yes, Sue.
All right, we're now ready to hear from the applicant. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Claffey, Vice Mayor Darby, and City Councilors. Nice to see you again. I'm Lori Schweller. I'm an attorney with Williams Mullen representing the applicant. Also with me tonight, of course, is Daniel Chung representing the applicant, and our Timmons team is online and in the audience. So we're here primarily to answer your questions and questions that might come up from the audience that you would like for us to answer. But I just want to say a few words after first again thanking very much staff, city officials, planning commission, this body for all the time that you've spent on this project, for working with us, for being open and receptive to solar energy. Your decision tonight is a policy decision. The city's comprehensive plan includes a policy to support renewable energy, and you took the first step in doing that when you adopted the zoning text amendment last summer to allow solar in industrial zones. And so approval of the special use permit for this process, for this project, aligns both with the city's goals and contributes to meeting the goals of Virginia's Clean Economy Act. As Mr. Rhodes has pointed out, citizens should be aware that the City Council intentionally adopted a zoning ordinance that would allow solar in industrial zones, but require case-by-case vetting. And this is the same process, I just wanted to mention as an aside, used in Albemarle County, which has approved 3 solar projects. And it is true, as one of the members of the audience brought up in your meeting last time, Albemarle has engaged a consultant to think about whether it might want to adopt a more detailed ordinance. The reason for that is because 95% of Albemarle County is a rural area, and they expect a lot more solar facility applications. Staunton has 4% industrial zoned, so you may be thinking a little bit different in your case. But I should also say that not having a detailed ordinance in no way lowers the scrutiny on any project. In fact, the projects Albemarle has approved will inform the new zoning ordinance if they decide to adopt one. I'd like to say that the applicant has worked diligently to answer questions, provide information, revise the plans as you have suggested and as Planning Commission has suggested, and any approval would be accompanied by 20 legally enforceable conditions of approval. Many of the negative comments that you heard last month were based on uncertainty and fear. Fear of runoff, fear of erosion, fear of toxic chemicals, fear of mismanagement, and so on. The applicant has addressed all these issues and will comply with all applicable state and local regulations as you've heard described this evening. It is true, this is the first solar project, but Oikos has been in business for 20 years, has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. And you can tell by the way that Daniel Chung and his associates have worked with the city that they are conscientious. They will do the right thing. They hire very good advisors, and Timmons will be on board with them the whole way. Staunton is a special city. It's the kind of city that sets lofty goals for itself and works to reach those goals. We are proposing a very small solar project, but it can be a symbol of Staunton's looking toward the future, embracing renewable energies. Please make your decision tonight in alignment with your goals. And thank you very much.
Questions from council?
I'm a little curious, how does the tiered solar subscribers, how does that affect the low income people? What kind of reduction would they see in their power bill from this?
We've estimated that would be about a 10% reduction if you subscribe, and that's merely for subscribing. There's nothing that you have to do. And so that's, it's a pretty good deal considering there's no obligation. You can remove yourself from the rolls at any time.
Ms. Schweller, I'm sorry, this like the fourth time I've probably asked you to expand on this, Terry's question, because it is so confusing, and it's attachment 10 on the Timmons memorandum, and it is about the solar, the shared solar project, the shared solar program. I have two parts to this question. One is that I really want to understand, because it's difficult for me to understand and then to explain to other people, that for 12 months, and correct me if I'm wrong, but for 12 months, every single resident of Staunton who is on Dominion Power clearly can subscribe through your third party company, Arcadia, to participate in this program.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So everybody can, regardless of income. 30% of the total subscribers need to be from a low income population.
That's right.
And from reading the attachment again, I understand that if 30% of our subscribers don't come from this population, that you can go to the rest of the Commonwealth, and folks who are low income from, say, I don't know, Albemarle or anywhere else can subscribe.
Is
that correct?
That's true. I think part of the confusion is that both these facilities, the larger one and the smaller one, are in the Dominion system.
Right.
So the electricity is in the system. It's not funneled into Staunton homes.
Right.
It's merely a subscriber construct.
Right.
And so that people in Staunton, everybody in Staunton could subscribe to shared solar.
Okay.
But what we want to, for this program, we want to leave it open for 12 months for this project.
Okay.
So they would get something in the mail in their Dominion bill saying, if you want to sign up for the solar option, is that how they would?
Actually, I think that they will get something in the mail or otherwise be contacted by Arcadia. So the applicant is contracting with Arcadia, which is a company in Northern Virginia, DC, and that company administers this type of program. They not only administer billing for people who have subscribed, but they actually do the marketing. So they would reach out to citizens in Staunton and say, you've got this opportunity here. Would you like to subscribe? Sign them up, and then they can work with them to get the discounts on the bill, which would continue to be sent by Dominion.
I reckon the thing that gets me, and I'll be right up front, I'm probably going to be odd man out tonight, but is it not true, Mr. Chung? Is it not true? And the lawyer can answer as well. As long as you belong to Dominion and get your electricity to Dominion, you're going to get that discount, correct?
You have to be subscribed to the community solar to get discount. Right. So the program, the state program, is 150 megawatts, and that's a whole program, and there's an extension. But before state extended the extension portion, the 30% of the whole program, so 45 megawatt, have to be allocated to lower income category. So our project, it depends on the developer. They can have minimum 30% allocation for their project, but we allocated 100% to minimum lower moderate income category. So our project 5 megawatt is eligible for entire 100% to lower moderate income for the subscribers.
And I appreciate that fact, but the other problem is that most of the citizens along the New Hope Road don't belong to Dominion Co-op. They belong to somebody else, and they're the ones that are going to have to look at your solar panels, and they're not going to get one dead blasted bit of. So if I were to approve it, I don't care how you work it out, I'd make you somehow get an approval from Dominion to take care of them as well.
That's good comment, sir. I think there is a state SCC, the co-op utility. There are, I think, 13 co-ops in Virginia. The co-op utility also wanted to have shared solar program, just like Dominion Territory one. So they actually petitioned to the SEC, and I'm expecting to see some program will be approved by SEC for the co-op territory as well.
All right.
Can I ask another question? Again,
ahead.
oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Mayor.
No, let's go because we got to get to a public hearing.
Oh, that's true.
Go ahead.
And it really is, it's continuing the solar. It's come to my attention. I have something from the Dominion's shared solar website, and there's a very long list of all of the projects that have been accepted into the shared solar project, but Staunton is not there yet. The Oikos project is not there yet. And it says awarded capacity. Does that mean that it's my understanding that it's at capacity? So how would we be able to take advantage of the shared solar if it's already at capacity?
Correct. The shared solar program, basically to register the project as a shared solar, you have to first obtain 3 requirements. One is SUP. We have to have approved SUP. And the second one is interconnection service agreement, or IA.
Right.
So that's from Dominion Utility.
Right.
We are undergoing process with the Dominion for the community solar.
Okay.
We already have the approved ISA for the utility one. So that will be executed tomorrow. But the community solar, we are waiting for a couple of months to finalize the interconnection agreements. Once we obtain these 2, then we can register the project. Right now, there are 150 megawatt program is almost full now. So the state SEC have to consider extension another 50 megawatt. That's the original program. So I think once they fulfill 30% allocation of total programs, which is 45 megawatt, has to be subscribed by lower income subscribers. So we expecting that will be announced in July 1st by SEC. So we don't know at this point, but there will be a announcement by the SEC on July 1st. So we expecting 50 megawatt extension of the original programs.
And that would be administered locally among our citizens, or how would that be statewide?
That's a statewide extension of the program.
Yeah.
Thank you for your answer.
All right. Well, now we will conduct a joint public hearing for both the special use permit and the siting agreement. You will be allowed to speak once for either topic. Please keep your comments to 5 minutes or less. And, you know, there's a lot of people here tonight that are interested in it. So let's please be concise in our comments. Let's just say that. I will open the public hearing. Public hearing is now open on the special use permit and siting agreements.
Thank you, Council. Dr. Roseanne Brochman, 1743 Inglewood Drive. I live in Staunton. I will begin not by talking about solar, but by talking about Staunton. The issue of concern tonight is not about solar versus other forms of energy. It is not about neighbors disagreeing on a matter of consequence to us all. It is most certainly not about politics. It is about preserving what we all love most about Staunton. Of all the places in the world I might have chosen to live after I retired and moved from St. Louis, Missouri, I chose Staunton for its charm, its history, and its livability. Now, however, I've come to believe that my chosen home is under grave threat, not by progress. I'm in favor of that. In fact, my personal motto is, if it ain't broke, break it. Rather, it is threatened by glass and steel and speed. In particular, the speed of approving this special use permit for an untested, unproven, unknown company that wants to use Staunton as a proving ground for its first experiment in planting a solar energy works where crops could grow, cattle could graze, and wildlife of all types still make its home. One council member, maybe 2, recently asked, what would change within a month if the vote is delayed? It is now a month later, and much has changed.
Residents are slowly becoming more aware and more engaged on both sides of the issue surrounding the installation of utility scale solar project on scarce acreage within the city of 25,760 folks. As of this afternoon, my next door site had over 125 postings on this topic, again, on both sides of the issue, with inquiry and links to research and opinion on both sides of the issue, with discussion among Staunton residents, both pro and con. This is good. Frankly, however, we have still far too many questions that need to be answered and far too many concerns that need to be addressed before the council blithely approves a project that will change the character and nature of Staunton forever. I've personally heard more than one city official state, if we approve it and it's bad, it will be stopped at some other level of approval. I'm appalled to think that this is the way city officials believe our business ought to be done in Staunton. No outside agency is directly accountable to Staunton residents, and no one connected with any such agency has been elected or appointed to make decisions on our behalf and in our best interest. With respect, none of the 7 council members charged with voting yea or nay on this special use permit is an expert on the topic of solar and its long-term effects on water, soil, wildlife, and all the rest, although I know you have taken some care to educate yourselves. To the council, if you cannot answer the legitimate, reasonable questions we posed tonight and have posed in the recent past, then you are not ready to approve this project. If this developer gets a toehold in Staunton, will it end at 95 acres, or is this merely phase 1 of a multi-phase solar project here? Will they be satisfied with 5 or 15 megawatt installation, or is that merely the camel's nose under the tent for them? They have removed the egregious battery storage unit from the plans, but apparently not from all their documents related to the proposed installation. What guarantee do we have that battery storage will never reappear? Several critical questions remain. First, why has Oikos chosen Staunton? Is it because surrounding locations in and around Augusta County have vehemently opposed solar panels covering their hillsides and farms? Second, what's the rush? Is it that the Code of Virginia is currently being revised to strengthen the rules and standards related to solar, and it would be useful for Oikos to get its approvals ahead of these changes? Third, whose interest does this undue hurry serve? Likely developers, investors, and Dominion Energy, certainly not the residents of Staunton, who will be affected by this decision literally for the rest of our lives. I again plead for this council to delay the vote to allow themselves and the citizens to become even better informed. I would also plead with you to arrange a town hall type meeting with Oikos, Timmons, the council, planning commission members, and any others responsible for the weighty decisions being made on our behalf so we can get our questions answered directly. Finally, a quick bit of advice for Oikos and Timmons. Next time you wish to make fun of the Staunton residents who have concerns about your project, you might wish to avoid doing so in the men's room where you can be so easily overheard. For shame, thank you.
Hi, my name is David Rissmeyer. I live at 211 Rose Hill Circle in Staunton. I have solar panels on my roof and I'm extremely happy with them. They make no noise. There's plenty of rain. There's no environmental impact to my property. And I know that it's a lot smaller than what we're looking at today, but I've seen these throughout the country. Everybody I've talked to about it is extremely pleased with what they're getting with their solar panels. And the commercial projects seem to be well researched. Everything I've read on the website about the environmental impact and all the other analyses that have been done. And I'm completely in favor of you proceeding with approving this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Mary Miller, 471 Albemarle Avenue. Staunton has a remarkable history. Those who have lived here all or most of their lives are proud of all that Staunton has been. It is easy to look back and remember. It is much more difficult to imagine what Staunton will be in 5, 10, or 20 years. Many of us will have passed on. Staunton is growing. Residents have moved here from Northern Virginia, Pennsylvania, New York, and elsewhere. With them have come innovative ideas, products, and projects to make us all safer and healthier. We have Shenandoah Green, the Lewis Creek Watershed Advisory Committee, Farmers Market, Project Grows, Jones Garden, the Allegheny Mountain Institute, and many more. Now we have the opportunity to add solar for clean, renewable energy. The biggest contributor to global warming and all the destruction it brings is the burning of fossil fuels to provide our ever-growing energy needs. No one wants to give up their income from unrestrained economic development, their SUVs, or air travel. But what we can do is change to renewable energy for our insatiable needs and wants. Fortunately, Staunton has the opportunity for solar energy and a better future for ourselves, our families, and generations to come. We can make the wise decision to benefit humankind, the health of the earth, and possibly even propel Staunton to become a model city. Use not your memories for what has been, rather use your imagination for what can be. Thank you.
Thank you. Good.
Cindy Connors, 106A Skyline Avenue. Earlier today, the council should have received an email with a link to a petition in favor of the solar project. There are hundreds of names on that petition. I do have a printed copy, but it was printed earlier and there have been more names added since, so your link should show you how many signatures there are. There are so many reasons why I support this project. It's well vetted, it's appropriate, it will help us diversify our energy, it'll help low income folks. We all benefit when we have clean energy, but I don't want to repeat what so many people are probably gonna say after me. But one of the most important reasons why I support solar is because of my granddaughter and her future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Karen Ross. I live at 220 Biltmore Street, Staunton. I'm very uncomfortable with having to speak tonight. I didn't want to have to be here, but after hearing the discussion on May 25th, I was profoundly unimpressed with the people who are objecting to this project. And I came to ask you please to go forward with the project. There's a very personal, you know, in my belief system, there's a reason why I want to go ahead with it. And that is because I believe that global warming is real. Within the last 2 weeks, we have seen the smoke from wildfires in Canada coming down to our houses. I don't know that any of you have ever followed the news, but the smoke gets so thick in California in the summer that people can't breathe. That's the future we're looking at now, not some other time. Now, we need to do something now. And that's why I'm personally in favor of this project. So I wanted to come and speak. I was upset enough about this that I got the impression from some of the speakers on May 25th that there was this Professor Lee Daniels at Virginia Tech, who I'd never heard of, and he seemed to be very disturbed by the prospect of the solar project, that terrible things were going to happen to the soil and the water if we went ahead with it. So I emailed him. I didn't expect to get a reply. I don't know this man. And to my great surprise, he emailed me back and he said that he takes no position on the solar project. He is not opposed to the solar project, no matter what it sounded like on May 25th. He is doing a project on reclaiming land. He sent me a long slideshow about his project, and I didn't understand it the first time, and I only understand about halfway through the second time. But most of it is about Dinwiddie County. I had to look up where Dinwiddie County is. It is south of Petersburg. It is not here. Very little of his project, he has all these slides of this very harsh looking disturbed land on it. But he says that every project is different. Most of his work is not about solar projects. There is no reason, in his opinion, why we cannot have a solar project which will conserve the soil and conserve the water. That is a possible thing to do. He has a lot of suggestions which get very technical about how this is going to get done. But the idea that the eminent professor Lee Daniels is opposed to the project, that's just not real. So I don't understand really the motivations of the people who are opposed to the project. I understand that they don't want to have to look at it because it's ugly. That's not enough of a reason for me. I'm sorry. They don't, you know, they are entitled to their private property. They're not entitled to tell the rest of us what to do with other private property. There are 25,000 people in Staunton. Very few of them live on New Hope Road. I've never driven down New Hope Road. I looked it up on Google View, but you know, this is a few people that are upset, and I think this is a project that would benefit most of the people in Staunton. So I would really like to leave it at that, and you know, I hope that you will go ahead and develop the project. Thank you.
Mr. Kessler.
No, sir. My name is John Cordell. I live at 794 Blue Ridge Drive, Braben subdivision, Staunton. I don't live on New Hope, but I am upset with the proposal of putting in a solar farm just directly across from where I live. I'd like to read an article to people. I thought it was a very nice article that appeared here locally. It says, farmland conservation is critical for the Shenandoah Valley. Farming is the heart and soul of the Shenandoah Valley and the #1 industry in most counties, but perhaps not for long. As I drive around, I can hardly look around without seeing houses, cookie cutter, subdivision, big box, and other things. We are allowing development to gobble up, convert, and pave over that which makes our valley so special. In this case, it's trying to pave over agricultural land. Farmland conservation is critical for protecting these rural values and that make the valley so special. On May 25th meeting, one individual indicated their admiration for solar panels. So be it. I have different views. I love to look over and see green grass growing. I love to see the valley down through there blooming. I love to see the crops growing, hay, wheat, corn, etc. And I love to see the livestock out there grazing. I don't want to see black panels. I don't think they graze that I know of. I don't think they grow either. We are not opposed, again, we'll reiterate, we're not opposed to solar. It has a place and it is in rural areas. It's not in the city. Let me turn a page. I was disappointed in the last meeting we had on May 25. Kept saying Chesapeake this, Chesapeake that. Hell, last time I looked, I thought we were Staunton. I didn't know we were Chesapeake. That's news to me. Other things I resented were there there were 12 that spoke opposed to solar. I was told that 9 spoke for it. Of those 9, I know some are non-residents, and I don't think non-residents have any business telling the city of Staunton what to do. One of my comment was misunderstood. I'll try to clarify a little bit. I worked 15 years with the fossil fuel industry, where they tried to meet every time the EPA came up with standards in their industry and to meet it. I helped for 15 years for them to meet and exceed those standards. But putting that aside, we are evolving. Solar is a good possibility. Within a few years, we'll evolve these solar panels to something else where you're not eating up acres, hundreds of acres of land with these, I forgot what the product is, but anyway, these panels all over property. But you know, one thing, thank God we had these fossil fuel plants in World War I, World War II. Through the Depression, you know, they provided jobs. I don't remember a damn piece of solar panel providing the first job in World War I, World War II, while our troops were overseas. They had to have backing from our industry, and they received that industry, and what drove those industries was coal and fossil fuels. Okay, we're getting beyond that, and we are evolving to clean air. One of the things that bothered me also, another thing that bothered me, was in Mr. Rose's presentation, he indicated if this proposal is not adopted, then the only options are very dire. Maybe a junkyard. I don't remember exactly what he did say, but they were dire. Why couldn't we have looked at this property and put something like single family housing, something like Red Oak, a planned community, which is a great addition to the city of Staunton, instead of putting these black, whatever they are, silicone things. If you approve this, I hope you will take time, once the project's finished, to have enough money to put a monument out there to John Lewis, the founder of that historical area. Mr. Lewis, we put these plastic pounds here in your memory. I'll shut up now. That's enough for me.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Pamela Mason Wagner, 164 North Coulter Street. So I'm here tonight to express gratitude that the city has decided to embrace a future-facing energy technology by allowing solar to come to Staunton on a case-by-case basis. I would like to also express gratitude that the city has so thoroughly researched this case. I'm also grateful the developer took all the appropriate and responsible steps in creating this plan. Because of the previously approved zoning changes that now allow industrial use, I will say personally, I much prefer a clean industrial use of this land and the ability to return the land to its natural state at the end of the project. So I'm here to say thank you. I hope you will approve this project this evening.
Good evening. Fonda Gardner, 318 Baldwin Drive here in town. Before the things that I have written here, I'm hearing the same thing I think John was hearing. This is not about pro-solar or against solar. I don't know that hardly anybody who I'm associated with in standing against this project is anti-solar. We're talking about a lot of questions that have not been answered. And a lot of people I could hear the city planner talking about all these meetings and all these public things that most of us in Staunton are not aware of. Maybe that's our fault, I don't know, but I don't think many people, I think there'd be a lot more people in this room if we had done our due diligence and most of the people in Staunton knew what was proposed. Some of them are not going to care because they don't live anywhere near it, but unfortunately it is going to impact our city. My first thing was what benefits is Oikos offering the city of Staunton to build the proposed project in our city. And I think we heard a lot about money and how that is going to be effective. It sounds like a drop in the bucket when you knock it out over 20 years. So I don't think that should be the driving force as far as the money is concerned. And who is Oikos partnering with on this project? If it's approved and the solar farm is built, does Oikos intend to sell the project to Dominion Power or another entity? I think that's a question that needs to be asked. Do they already have a verbal or a signed agreement in hand to sell this project? We have been led to believe Oikos is going to be here to oversee this project, protect the land, protect Lewis Creek and this beautiful environment. But will they be here? And if so, for how long? We have heard nothing about them establishing a local office here. Will they? Does Oikos or an entity they plan to sell to plan to apply for a special use permit for a lithium battery storage facility? We're not really sure that that has been denied. Will they put in writing that they will not apply for a battery storage facility of any type? Will they add to their deed or covenant restriction that no battery storage facility can ever be placed on this parcel of land? This is why we're here, not that we're anti-solar. Are they willing to provide to each city council member a financial statement for their company notarized by an independent third party so that we can be assured Oikos has the ability to do what they've presented to us? What information has city council been given regarding a shared program? And I think we heard tonight that is definitely not guaranteed. It sounds like it's, it might be approved somewhere down the way. Where is the study that has been conducted regarding reflectology and how that could be an effect off of the panels as far as aviation? I think that's something that needs to be looked at since we have many airports around. Why is the hired personnel who clearly have a friendly association with the developer, why are they trying to sell this to us? I felt like I was being sold something tonight. Why is the city personnel bending over backwards to try to appease this company? Has the Economic Development Authority and the Environmental Programs Division in Staunton signed off on this proposal? And even though the proposal has been in the works for over a year, heard the list of all the meetings and all the things that have happened for over a year and a half, again, we were not aware of those. So until it became public at the last meeting or right before the last meeting, we did not know to stand up and say, we don't want this. And again, it's environmental. It's, I don't believe that people have bought homes wanting to look at something industrial and then all of a sudden that's taken away from them. I don't think that that is a moot point. I think it's a very important point. And I think for the people that are not taking that into consideration is probably because they don't live where they're going to have to look at it. But we're just asking for a slowdown. We're not asking for another 30 days. We might be asking for another year, but there needs to be a lot more answers to a lot of these questions before we're going to feel at peace about it. Thank you.
Mayor Claffey, I just want to reiterate for everyone that's watching on Zoom or calling in that you need to raise your hand if you want to speak. Otherwise, I can't see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jim Hodge. I live at 365 Sherwood Avenue here in Staunton. And I just have a couple of questions, and I may have misunderstood a couple of things. One of them is you're talking about the taxes on the machinery. 15 years, $133,000, if I understood it. It's not per year. That's for 15 years, the way I heard it. Correct me if I'm wrong, please. 630 for 15 years. Okay, it's not much. The other thing that I heard is Dominion is going to give a discount. Everybody got excited about the word discount, 10%. But if I heard it correct, it's only going to be for 12 months, 1 year. You're shaking your head no?
No, that's not correct.
That's the way I heard it. What is the answer?
It's a 12-month subscription period.
That's what I said. 1 year, 12 months.
To sign up again.
Sign up for 12 months.
Then you can re-sign up. Is that correct?
No, once you subscribe, you subscribe.
So once the 12 months is up, it's over.
No.
No.
You have to resign from. We already get this in our Dominion bills now that you can go
then apparently there needs to be a lot more clarification, because I've talked to a couple of people and they understood the same thing. There's a 10% discount for 12 months. And that's what they kept saying. Nobody ever said that you can reapply to get your 10% discount. That was never said. There needs to be slowed down, and I totally agree, needs to be totally slowed down. And I have a little problem with everybody being excited about Mount Jackson. I don't think Mount Jackson has, what'd they say, 600,000 acres, or what, that a farm up there? How many acres?
600.
600.
It's not a give and take, Jim. Make your comments and let's go.
It's 600 acres. It's not in Mount Jackson, if I remember where it is.
It's actually
in the county.
It's been annexed into the town of Mount Jackson.
Okay. So I think we need to slow down. I am for solar, but not in Staunton. So I think we need to slow down and answer more questions.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
My name is Barbara Lee. I live at 904 Rockaway Street. And as I look around, the chamber is full. People only come to council to complain. Maybe that's a good thing. This has been on the docket for over a year. You've had time to read it. You've had time to ask council questions, and it should be done that way. Tonight, we shouldn't be here arguing about whether or not we're going to get jobs in this valley, because sure enough, we need them. And I welcome this. Thank you.
Joanne Tigert, 913 North Augusta Street. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I think my main point here is if you stay involved with what's going on in the city, you won't have to be here at the last minute arguing, because this has been going on for 2 years. Am I correct? Almost 2 years. And just because you don't know that it's been going on for almost 2 years doesn't mean that it hasn't been in the city and being discussed. If you're involved with what's going on, this wouldn't be a surprise. It's been going on, been discussed, been in the minutes and everything going on. So just because you don't know doesn't mean it's not been going on. Everybody's fine with solar. I think we all agree on that. Well, if you're not, I'm sorry. Most people are okay with solar. I've heard a lot of people say, it's okay, solar's great, but not in my city. Well, solar's great anywhere, in my opinion. And it's something we need. It's clean energy, renewable energy, something we need. And yes, we need it in Staunton too. And just because you didn't know what was going on means that you weren't involved in your city government and what's going on in your city. So I hope that you vote for it, because we need it. And I appreciate all that. Oh, and by the way, Rodney talked about all this, not because he was trying to put it down your throat, but he was trying to tell you what has been going on for those who have not been involved in the city government. And I appreciate everything he and the other people did to tell us every step that has been taken, many, many steps for many, many, almost 2 years. Thank you for listening, and thank you for all your work.
Hello, my name is Randolph Burton. I live at 211 Hendron Avenue. Thank you, Council, for an opportunity to address you. I just want to reiterate that this parcel of land has been zoned industrial. And so even without getting a special use permit, there are many, many uses to which the owner could put this land, which would have a variety of impacts on all the residents in that area and others of us around the city. And I personally believe that a solar field installation is maybe one of the least environmentally disruptive industrial uses you could put out here. So I encourage you to vote in support of this special use permit and go ahead with this, which I think will benefit the city of Staunton and is within the rights of the owner to put in. So thank you very much.
Evening, Council. Nice to see you all again. I'm Jack Curiolason. I'm at 241 Thorn Rose Avenue. I'm here to fully support the solar farm project. I'm hearing a lot of panic tonight. I understand there's a lot of fear of change. If I can't count how many times I've heard, I love solar energy, but, which makes me wonder when I hear something protested that much. I really wonder why people feel the need to say that. In terms of panic, I'll tell you what panics me. 2 weeks ago, my wife and I drove to New York from our house. We drove to Union Station, and through our beautiful green Shenandoah Valley, we had to wear masks in our car the entire way because I now have breathing problems and I literally couldn't breathe the air that had drifted down from New York. That day was the day after the famous pictures you probably saw of the orange haze over New York where you couldn't see the skyline. That had drifted down to DC and was in the valley by the time we left. This is coming for all of us. It's already in our mission statement for the city. It's been thoroughly vetted. There are no leaching toxic chemicals. If you're worried about battery plants, here's what you do. You say no when they apply to battery plants, if that's what we don't want here, okay? This is a relatively small solar project. Let's put our money where our mouths are and approve this. Thank you.
Man.
I'm Lorraine Miles. I live at 438 Oriole Street. And I just want to say that I strongly believe in alternative energy. But I think a lot of people are under the misapprehension that solar is reliable alternative energy, and it is not. Excuse me. I wish it were, but it is not. Behind every solar panel are fossil fuels. And nowhere are you going to find solar power replacing fossil fuels. No matter where you go, you can have as much solar energy as you like, but the majority of your energy source is still going to come from fossil fuels. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
I'm Wayne Nolde, live at 210 Cider Mill Road, Mount Sydney. So I'll admit I am not a Staunton resident. I'm here to support solar, and I want to offer a comment. I've only lived in the Valley since 1975. I grew up in Richmond, so you can still consider me a foreigner if you want. When I moved here in 1975, and I worked for a local contractor for 20 years before I got my professional engineer's license and went to work for VDOT in 1998. Staunton was, to put it mildly, a dying city. I see what great progress Staunton has made since then. I see the solar project as another step in moving ahead, not doing things just the old way that led to Staunton's almost demise. From everything I've heard tonight, this project's been vetted over a long period of time. It fits with Staunton's goals and the way they want to look ahead. There will be people that will not like looking at the panels, although I have a hard time believing with 50 foot of screening that they're going to really see too much of it. But I'm not going to say they won't be affected. Certainly, I worked at the VDOT office and know exactly where this project is, and so I'm familiar with the area. But I ask you to consider everything. If the process is that you need a little bit taller screening on one side or something as a mitigation effort, then think in those terms. But don't think in terms of turning this down. This is an industrial zoned area. Do you want a trucking company there with all that traffic or whatever? That, from what I hear, if I understand correctly, and certainly you can correct me if I'm wrong, that it's no longer agricultural. It's not likely to go back to agricultural. Correct me if I'm wrong there, but please think ahead instead of just okay, we can't change anything. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Edward Woolen, 629 Churchville Avenue, Stanton. And I would like to say about the solar versus carbon. You know, a lot of people are saying, well, solar is uses a lot of petroleum to make, or they make the panels with petroleum. But the total carbon footprint for solar panels is much less than burning fossil fuels. And I strongly support going ahead with this initiative. Another thing I learned today is that the company that's going to do this project is also going to put up a bond to decommission it, which I think that to me is very enlightening. I'll give an example. Look at DuPont in Waynesboro. It's nothing but left of it. It's just a shell of a company. There's acres of industrial waste there. I don't see them cleaning that up. At least this company is going to put up a bond. When it's over and done with, it will be put back to hopefully its original use. And that's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Richard Barnes. I live at 908 Baylor Street. Interesting enough, and I've lived there now for 8 years, having lived in Bath County 40 years prior to that. Tonight's earlier presentation on the threat of floods. Interesting enough, about 3 years ago, I looked at, there was this article illustrating where the major threats were all around the country. Staunton wasn't facing forest fires. It wasn't facing tornadoes. It wasn't facing hurricanes. That's not their major threat. The major threat was flooding. And on Baylor Street, I can tell you the number of times that I've seen water come all the way from the, right where the US Post Office is, down to Donahue, from Donahue down to Carter, and that, right in front of my house, I could take a canoe, a kayak, and go by there. And it's headed all the way down to the Gypsy Hill Park and to the park. And also we've had friends who discovered when they were looking for homes, the number of places out in the floodplain in this county. Flooding is going to be the #1 problem in the future as a result of climate change. That's a high risk here. And I'm concerned about the future. I have grandchildren here and in Charlottesville. I'm concerned about this whole area and what we do to try to ward this off. And I think, for example, in Bath County, the electric co-op has put solar panels in all 3 schools in the county. It's almost, after about 5 years, they are going to be almost in the point where the equipment's been paid for, and they will be earning income. The schools will be earning income from Bark Electric for the electricity produced on those panels. They've also developed a large, right within about a mile of where I live, a solar field. And there has been very little objection because people in Bath County they're close to nature and appreciate nature and the impact that it's going to have. And because of that, I believe, I don't want to be misleading on this because I'm not that familiar, but I believe Bark offers that same thing. The electric crop offers the same thing for low-income people, and you have 12 months to subscribe. After that, those credits go to other localities. So as long as you get in there, if you can get people to sign up within the 12 months, the credits don't end, the 10% reduction doesn't end at the end of the year. It continues on. Again, I don't want to, I may be misleading. I'm not that knowledgeable about that, but I believe that's my understanding of it. And then finally, I think we've really got a responsibility. We talk about decommissioning and the problems decommissioning. Do you realize that most of our electricity doesn't come from fossil fuel. It comes from Louisa County. It comes from the nuclear power. Most of the electricity generated that serves Staunton is nuclear.
Yes, sir. Nuclear. Let's go with it.
Yeah. Think about the expenses when that plant has to be decommissioned. There's toxic waste, nuclear waste. They can't even be shipped. No. The solar panels, the glass can be broken up. They can already, they're using it. No, they use it for pavement, highway pavement. No. They use it to mix it in with the asphalt on interstate highways. And the aluminum can very easily be melted down and reshaped for other purposes. So it's really that is not a problem compared to decommissioning our plant. We're right now, we're responsible for the fact that we are getting our electricity from a nuclear power plant. And that makes up a good percentage of our electricity. And so I would say that it's our responsibility to take a look into the future and the kind of, I'm here really representing my grandkids, because at my age, I don't have to face any of those problems. But I do know that our children will be the ones, if we don't move ahead with this and constantly try to put it off for another generation. Thank you.
Thank you. John?
No, sir.
Hello, I'm Elizabeth Gregory and I live at 1298 New Hope Road. And I'm a painter and I love the way New Hope Road looks. I love the quiet and the brook along the side of the road and all the animals. And I just don't know what this is going to do to New Hope Road. I saw the site where you're going to be putting the solar panels, and I can see the field where they're going to be. And so there's not really enough foliage to cover them. And I can only imagine with the glare, how that's going to affect neighbors who live not very far from where the solar panels will be. So I guess I came here tonight just to see if I could learn a little something more about this. And I still have a lot of questions, but these are my concerns. Thank you for listening.
Hi, my name's Linda Blackburn. I'm a resident at 1423 Aiken Street in Staunton, Virginia. On April the 26th, 1968, my parents moved in the current home that they now live in this date. Our family can remember this date easily because it was the night I was born. I grew up with two sisters, one older and one younger. I remember my father encouraging my older sister to create a model solar home for the school project's science fair, and she won an award. She continued on to her education as a mechanical engineer student. And for her senior project, she worked on a team with students to design, build, test, and race a solar-powered vehicle. Basically, I earned my associate's degree in business from Blue Ridge Community College and completed my bachelor's in business with a minor in computer information systems from Eastern Mennonite. I worked many years as a business analyst for a company that has been recognized nationally for quality, safety, and strategic focus on innovation. Many of my family members live in Staunton. I wanted to let you know I've never spoken at a city council meeting, and due to the circumstances, I felt compelled. There's a couple of things that I marked off on my list just because they were answered or that type of thing. But I did want to throw out a few stats regarding the latest census information. In Staunton, our population is 25,358. Our poverty level is 12.3, a bit far from the 30% that they're projecting that would hopefully help Staunton in this aid. I wanted to compare ourselves a little bit to Harrisonburg, which is the population of 52,062. Their poverty level is 25.8. Harrisonburg HEC is working with Dominion Energy, and I found this out today when I went to go visit HEC and came up with a reasonable proposal for citizens of Harrisonburg. And that's what I was looking for, a reasonable proposal for our citizens. Every citizen who would like to participate in the plan in Harrisonburg can do so. This is a 10-acre plot. Harrisonburg's almost twice the size of Staunton. Why do we need 100 acres in order to do a benefit for our citizens in Staunton? Fencing can be allowed around the solar site, and it will not be noticeable to onlookers because the land is flat, which is unlike the proposal that we are looking at. It's also affordable for any person with any income, and they can opt into the program if they would like to do so. And I'm not seeing anything in this plan in Harrisonburg that's giving them a year and then they can't opt in. So that's a little bit different. And again, like I said, this proposal is part of Dominion Energy. I feel like that the city council should look at other options before passing this massive solar project of almost 100 acres and 2,000 solar panels. 2,000 solar panels, because that's what we're looking at pretty much. I did, because I'm from a family that's definitely looking at energy efficiency and the things of times changing. Several months ago, I looked at a solar solution for my home. As I talked to the local representative in a small company, we talked about the advancement in technology, like just the simple record in 1948 that came out. Then it proceeded with a cassette in 1963. Then we went to a compact disc in 1981, an MP3 in 1994, the iPod in 2001, of course, and then that expanded into the smartphone expansion of data expansion in 2012. You can now stream music, video, and get data in the cloud in 2023. If I would have told that to my grandfather, he would have thought I'd lost my marbles. What do you mean? Information in the cloud? I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but 32 panels were installed on the White House in June 1979. That's 23 years ago. As I talked to the representative at the solar company, one of the things he talked to me about is, I'm hoping that I can just get through it till I retire. You know, I'm going to be able to make it. Things are changing quickly. AI technology is around the corner, as well as other developments. And fusion energy is around the corner. That is the size of our typical
Time's up, please.
I'm sorry, panel. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Ned Warren from Fishersville, Virginia. I don't think it's really fair for me to come here and tell these people that I want them to approve the solar panel system going to be proposed here, but I'm going to do it anyway because I like to breathe air, preferably clean air. Matter of fact, I like to breathe a little bit of it every day. I have solar panels on my garage roof. I go out and look at them, and they're not the prettiest part of my garage. But it all just works beautifully. Solar panels are incredibly reliable. They may be a little bit intermittent. Overall, they're a win-win ecologically speaking. The idea if there's going to be any kind of issues with most of the issues or objections to solar I'm hearing voiced here, I think are absurd. The idea that it's going to take up very much of your it's going to be such a horrible thing to look at. Well, first of all, they're very close to the ground. It's one layer thick. So that's just not going to take up that much of your field. This thing's been talked about for over 2 years. You've had enough time to hear and answer everybody's questions. I think you should go ahead and approve it. Thank you.
Mr. Kessler.
No, sir. I have no one with their hands raised.
Anyone else like to speak?
I will be brief. I have a letter up there, which I wrote to council,
And basically it explains some of the reasons why people might not like solar panels. Incidentally, my name is Bob Nutt. I live at 506 East Beverly Street, work at Valley Feed Company, and have given a lot of thought to solar panels. The biggest single problem is that they don't work without tax subsidies. Solar panels can be relied upon for an average of about 23% of your power. And the reason for that, of course, is that the sun doesn't shine at night, doesn't shine in the rainstorm. And so it must be supplemented with something else. It's supplemented with wind, but the wind doesn't always blow. So they build towers out in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. The cost for power produced in the Atlantic Ocean is somewhere close to 80 cents a kilowatt. My bill was about 14 cents a kilowatt. I don't know how they can produce power with wind at that price and save us money. Yes, I'm concerned about pollution. I think solar panels can be used where they make sense. I used solar panels 50 years ago to power electric fences to keep the cattle within a pasture. So in many cases, solar panels work where it's cheaper to put up a solar panel than to run an electric wire. There are many cases like that. But solar is paired, it's a trilogy. In order to even begin to make solar work, you've got to have battery backup. Battery backup is not free of pollution. I've been using lithium batteries for 8 years. I can't recycle them. They're expensive to produce, and they're pollution causing to produce. And then the third part of this trilogy is to get sun from where it shines to where you need electricity. You have to build a huge grid. And the cost of that grid to accommodate the increase of solar power is probably close to $1 trillion. It's part of this Economic Prosperity Act that was passed recently, but that's only the beginning. Of course, we need a grid, but it has to be a lot bigger to accommodate solar. So keep in mind that in the long run, approving this will just build into the electric generation program a cost structure which is going to make our electricity more expensive. There is an answer. It's been approved. Small modular reactors. This is nuclear, but it's the same kind of technology that has been used to power ships for 71 years without mishap. There is an approved design. I think it will catch on. I think it'll be shipped out to replace coal, gas, and nuclear, the old style nuclear. But it's only money, I guess. And I think to get along, you'll go along with this solar program. I don't know, and I think if it's decommissioned, it won't go back to farming. The new zoning is light industrial. So if it's decommissioned, it'll go back to light industrial. Isn't that true? So I hope you read my letter and think long and hard about solar, because it's not, there are other things. For example, corn to ethanol. It's horrible. Our gasoline costs much more. It goes less far.
Thank you for your
engines last less.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'm Brenda Mead, 342 Sherwood Avenue, Staunton. I'm not going to repeat anything that I've said before at this podium. My position is that I support this project in Staunton. I think it's good for us. But I do want to do something that nobody else has done, I don't think, and that is to thank Mr. Chung for wanting to come to Staunton and invest millions of dollars. This is what you all, some of you ran on, economic development, economic development, economic development. So, and we run on being business friendly. And I hear people proposing that we wait another year and take this company through another set of exercises. So, I hope each of you, whatever you decide tonight, I hope each of you will take the opportunity to go and shake his hand and thank him for having an interest in investing in Staunton. Thank you.
Lisa Hatter, 1782 Shirley Mill Road in Staunton. And I want to thank council for letting us speak tonight. I also want to thank council for listening to the residents by looking at another solar site, by contacting Dr. Daniels and by talking to other localities. Thank you so much for doing that. And thank you for delaying the vote to allow us time, as well as you, to start to research. There was a couple of things that were said this evening that maybe some of the things I said were taken out of context. I suggested Dr. Daniels because he is working on the stormwater legislation that's coming. That is the reason, not because we were worried about taking the soil back to agriculture after decommission. It was the new regulations that will be stricter to protect Lewis Creek and the surrounding area, especially because it's in a floodplain. So that was my suggestion, and apparently I didn't get that across very well, but it was to protect us. I'd like to thank Mr. Kessiker for looking and at the data that was presented by Dr. Daniels and others, looking at the panels as an impervious surface that helps with stormwater runoff. I appreciate that. I do want to talk about the timeline that Mr. Rhodes brought up. Yes, there were talks back in, as we know now, back in late 2021, but they were not specific. They were general inquiries, general requests to change code. They didn't pick a site. There wasn't a site identified publicly. That's important to know. The end of February is the first time that residents knew anything about this particular site, and that's important to know. That was only 4 months ago. Please understand that. The 360-degree video that you saw with the drone is wonderful. And the pointing out to say you can't see a rooftop really is a little misleading. Please come and visit my parents' front porch and you will see this. Go 60 yards up the way to a friend of mine's house. Guess what? You see the entire field. 50 foot of buffer is horizontal, not vertical. You would need redwoods to screen this away from the public's view. Property tax is minimal, $218,000. I'm into spreadsheets, so I did a spreadsheet on alternative options. If this land were turned residential and used for farmettes, looking at 6 10-acre lots, 6 5-acre lots, you could get $350,000 in revenue. If you did larger acre lot, a little bit smaller acre lots at 2+ acres, almost $3 million in revenue. Half-acre lots, over $8 million in revenue. There is a difference between the 1 million current and nearly 9 million for other alternatives. I did visit the Mount Jackson facility, the solar site up there. They are having runoff problems. Also in the newspaper, there is a couple in Georgia who just were awarded $135 million because runoff wasn't taken care of adequately. When I visited Mount Jackson, it was a huge eye-opener. I see solar panels on roofs, I see them in the yard. I'm pro-solar for that. Let's put it on the schools. Let's put it on our new court system building. But to be that close to those solar panels and to see that surrounded by wheat fields and cornfields, barns and tractors, that sea of black glass was like a heavy weight on my chest. It was unnatural, alien, hideous to say the least, and overpowering. That does not come anywhere close to fitting with the character of Staunton, especially in this site with the historic connection and the rural I can't say that word, picturesque landscape of rolling hills. I also want to say there's a lot of people here that won't talk. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kesker.
No, sir, I have no one with their hands raised.
Last call. Oh, come on.
Several comments.
Let's line up, folks, if you're going to speak.
My name's Park Thompson. I live at 685 New Hope Road, Staunton. My family's lived there for 108 years. We live at the site of John Lewis's home site, the site of Fort Lewis. We probably live in the most historic area of historic Staunton. This is where it all started. I mean, I stated earlier, a lot of people said we're pro-solar. Well, we built solar panels on our farm next to our house about 6 years ago. So we've made an effort to do our part of this. And I would imagine most of the pro people here tonight have done the same, hopefully. But you know, you can support a good thing. Let me ask one question first. Did you all get my email from yesterday? So you all have seen that? Because I don't want to reread the whole thing. I would like to hand out a copy of it though, for sake of the record. So it's different. I find it difficult to be, you know, you can support something good up to the point where it has a very adverse effect on you personally. And to me, our home, where we live, is a huge, where everybody lives, is a large part of their pursuit of happiness. You know, this is a quality of life issue. And it's reaching the point where, for us, I don't know if everybody understands, but the view of this site on the residents of New Hope Road cannot be screened. There are trees on the southern boundary of that fence line that are 25, 30 feet tall. We can see that entire ridge above the tops of those trees. So like Lisa mentioned a while ago, that it's not a width issue, it's a vertical issue, and there's no way to screen this. So it's kind of like the residents of New Hope Road are being put on the altar of sacrifice because this need for this one particular site is so overbearing. We just have to have it.
I've been struggling with trying to put this in perspective. You know, this is 160-acre site. They say for the entire country, we need what, 10,000 square miles of solar panels at a 20% efficiency to generate enough power for the entire United States. So if you take 10,000 square miles times 640 acres per square mile, you come up with 6 million and some. If you divide that by 60 acres, you've got roughly 100 and some million sites of this size that it would take to make up. So I guess my question is, how is important in the whole picture of all this is this one site? And that's really the question I think is before you all tonight, is the merit of this particular site. We're not asking you to weigh the merit of the solar effort. The solar need is there. It's very important to our future. I have no problem with that. And like I say, we've done our share in trying to work towards that. But I would like you all to bear in mind that this is where Staunton started. This is the heart of historic Staunton, and we're asking you to protect it. You know, it's very easy to criticize somebody that's against something from the perspective, well, they just don't want it in my backyard. I think I put this in the email to y'all. But for us, this is our front yard. So we're not NIMBYs, we're NIMPs. You know, we don't want it in our front yard. And the pictures I sent you show that our view from our front yard towards the sunset is looking right at this ridge where these things are going to be sitting. So I mean, that's the disappointment to our view of watching the sun go down. It's something I think I stated in the letter, we enjoy that more as we get older. It's an important part of your life. It's one of the treasures of life. It doesn't cost you anything to sit there and watch the sun go down. But this will be right smack in our face, and it cannot be screened. It cannot be blocked. There's no, that goes for everybody in that area. And it disappointed me.
Your time's up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please read our letter. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if you got his letter, I know you got my letter. I'm Sandra Thompson, his wife. In the year of 1981, our family moved into our home on New Hope Road. We're the 5th consecutive generation in Parks family to live there. It's a very special home. It's the site of John Lewis, where he began Augusta County. We have people who all over the country who come to our home to find their beginnings. This is a notebook that we keep that have the people's name who come, John Lewis's family. I guess I'm hitting from the historical part of it. They come, they look at our house, they look at our view, they stand there and they say, I can't believe you're in the city. This doesn't look like the city. It doesn't look like the city, and I don't want it to look like the city. I want it to stay the way that it looks now. And those of you who might think that site is unimportant, you are wrong. You go look at some of these places, you all have pictures of them. They're ugly, they're detestable, they're awful, they're horrendous. We've put a lot of money and time and effort into our farm. 5 generations. We want it there for our children, children's children. And that's where basically we stand. I would like to read something to you that I found that I think is very interesting from a local citizen and respected historian locally. From his grave high on a hill overlooking the farm, John Lewis is probably smiling about what is happening on the ground that became his adopted home after he fled Ireland. Today's farms not only provide a business for their owners, but they protect the open space and natural resources that benefit everyone who breathes the air or drinks the water. Now that was written by Mrs. Nancy Sorrells, a person that you all know and respect, and I do too. I've learned a lot from her, but you can't have it both ways. I don't want people to come and look at their beginnings, their families, their ancestors' homes, and see a pile of solar panels that just cross the whole thing. And it is important, believe it or not. And I really appreciate you all, and I appreciate and I definitely appreciate what you said, Mark, because that is true. We will not benefit anything from this solar panel stuff, and yet it is cast on us. We will have to see it every day, from my kitchen, my sewing room, my living room, my front porch, my patio, everywhere I live in my house, except the bedrooms, which are on the other side of the house, I will see every day, every time I look out the window. I don't want to see it. Don't want to see it. I'm 73. I don't have 73 more years to go. And I want to live my life and be happy. I don't think that's asking too much. Thank you very much.
I was going to turn out the lights, but I figured we wasn't done yet. So. John Hardy, I live at 1861 Spring Hill Road. I'm in the Forestal District, and so is the Thompsons. I think we're the only ones here that are from the Forestal District. You know, it's good every morning you wake up. I live on 40 acres. So it's good every morning I wake up, I see the deer running, I see the rabbits playing. I've raised sheep and goats and cattle, horses and donkeys, and just about anything that grows I've raised. So you know, I just want to y'all to understand that, you know, the green property in Staunton, Virginia is getting fewer and fewer, you know, acres. So the next time, I just like for you to think about it a little bit more. I know that, you know, you probably made up your minds on this deal, but maybe the next time you'll look out and see the green pastures and the trees that we have, and let's save some of it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nate Lawrence. I live at 726 Opie Street in Staunton. My thoughts on this matter, I'm going to try and keep them brief. I will say that I am a teacher. It's a Monday night in the summer, and I am out in a button-down shirt and slacks. So congratulations, you got me out. This is important. So I'm not a solar expert. We've heard a lot about the details, and I'm not going to go into those. I did want to kind of add my perspective on it. I do have several degrees in anthropology and geoscience. Before I became a teacher, I currently teach at Staunton High School. I was an archaeologist, and I spent a lot of time doing cultural surveys on projects of this nature, of this size, for the last 20 years. Okay. Again, I do want to say that, to be clear, my comments are my own as a scientist, as an educator, as a resident of Staunton, as a parent of children who will have to continue to deal with our current climate crisis. But my thoughts do not represent my employer. I am here solely as a citizen. This is not necessarily the opinion of the Staunton High School community or the Staunton City Schools in general. First off, thank you for going through this process and being so open and accessible. This is going to be a huge part of my environmental science class going forward. I often look for these types of situations, and it's great that we have a local example, the way this conversation has been going, that I can now use in the future. So thank you for that. I'm going to go word for word here. Moving forward, every project from the new courts building to the changes to our recycling program to the solar installations have their own unique costs and benefits. The question is, does the cost of the solar facilities, such as lost view sheds, justify the solar farm's environmental and economic benefits? In my opinion, they do. And this is based on the data provided by and to the city and the public discourse on this issue over the last few months. I don't feel the need to drill down on those specifics. I feel like we have talked about that a lot tonight, and if you want more analysis, again, there are people that are more qualified than I am. However, I would like to say my final opinion is that this is a well-vetted project. It will provide multiple benefits to the Staunton community and surrounding areas at large, and If needed, the city has certain options in the future, it seems, where they can take off ramps, they can modify the project as necessary. Just like the aforementioned methods or initiatives with the courthouse and the recycling center, there is no magic solution for any of this. We are not going to find a solution for any of these problems that are going to satisfy 100% of the people 100% of the time and solve the problem 100%. However, in my 20 years of dealing and interacting with public infrastructure projects, this is one of the best examples that I can give that I have seen where, in my opinion, this is fairly cut and dry. The benefits of this project definitely outweigh the costs. That's my opinion. My hope is that you will approve both of these items on tonight's agenda. Thank you.
Mr. Kesker, anybody? Please, if you're going to speak, please line up.
Hello, my name is Janine Thompson. I live at 801 New Hope Road. The City Planning Department has repeatedly claimed in its reports to the Agricultural Advisory Committee, to the Planning Commission, and now to the City Council that this proposal is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. However, there's no mention of solar in that 336-page document. Instead, just 2 entries are cited from Chapter 1 under Goals and Objectives. That's it, 2 entries are the justification for removing 95 acres from agricultural overlay protection and considering a special use permit to allow utility scale power generation amid some of the most beautiful pastoral and historic land in the city. Never cited from the same chapter are the following goals and objectives: minimize degradation of scenic and natural resources, promote only appropriate uses for open space, floodplains, environmentally sensitive areas and agricultural forestal districts, support an agricultural processing plant in the area to give farmers a way to market and process farm products locally. Also not mentioned is the first item noted under the section entitled Desires for Staunton's Future. A desire to conserve and or protect the city's natural resources, historic character, and scenic qualities, and the fact that this is accomplished by means of overlay zones. These zones, which experience a greater impact from growth, provide additional emphasis to provide the character and scenic qualities of the area. The department's report acknowledges the property is in a planned farm development area, but never mentions the full page discussion of these areas, which includes these policies. Recognized farms are valuable to the community economically as a growing focus for tourism and due to growing interest in community-wide, locally sourced business. Recognize our farms are predominantly comprised of land that is difficult, inappropriate, or in some cases in conflict with the Staunton City Code to develop. Therefore, farming is the best and highest use of this land. Recognize our farm and land contributes to our city in many ways that are difficult to quantify, and they are integral to a balanced urban system of green infrastructure. Recognize farming as an important land use within the city limits. Develop a zoning district with provisions supporting agricultural enterprise. Increase the potential for success of farm-related enterprise. Encourage the preservation of farm land by supporting the viability of farm enterprise. Allow for the expansion of farm-related enterprises, including direct market sales of farm products, hosting farm-related events and tours, and accessory enterprise supporting agritourism, among others. In the section on phased growth, the comprehensive plan makes agricultural and forestal districts a priority, noting the intent of this priority area is to protect designated agricultural and forestal districts, which currently includes the Bells Lane Agricultural District. This is just a sampling of dozens of references to agriculture, farming, scenic views, and quality of life in the comprehensive plan. The utility scale solar project is not consistent with the goals and objectives of the plan, from which 2 vague references to energy were selectively pulled and presented, while all references to the plan of the agricultural districts and viewsheds were omitted. Please let the whole comprehensive plan guide your decisions about this land and its proposed development. Please vote no on this special use permit and the siting agreement that would disrupt and jeopardize the Bells Lane Agricultural District. Thank you.
I have someone with their hands raised.
Go ahead. Caller, go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, this is Sally Berger. I signed the petition in favor of the solar project. I'm totally in favor of solar energy. But, you know, after hearing some of the neighbors out there, I just cannot in good conscience continue with this line of thinking. I'd like to be removed from that petition, please. It just seems like that the city has a responsibility, an absolute responsibility to, and an obligation to protect the rights of the neighbors out there. They've been living out there, they have rights, and their happiness means something. It seems possible to me that this project may, in the long term, benefit Dominion Energy more than anybody else. So, I mean, I know I'm surprising a lot of people by taking this stance, but I just, in good conscience, I cannot continue to do this. I love the idea of solar energy. We have to have it, but this is the wrong place. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Tara Cox. I live at 11 Baldwin Drive. So that was interesting. And I'm only going to take a couple of minutes here because I have more questions than actual opinions. And I am very much in favor of solar energy. I'm very much in favor of small towns, all of us doing our part to make that happen. I'm also a nature girl, and I love rolling hills and mountains and creeks and rivers and streams and beautiful vistas. Especially after having lived in New York for most of my life and much of that in the city. I can't imagine ever living in a place like that where I can't see green again. The thing that I would be concerned about, my question is, this land has already been zoned industrial. Is that reversible or is that permanent? And if that is a permanent thing and it's not reversible, then I would be very concerned about some other really ugly industrial things going up on that land. And I would be concerned for the residents there. I would be concerned for everybody that lives in that area. I mean, over where I live, I'd smell it if it was smellable, you know, if it was some other kind of thing. So I'm curious about that. So if you defeat this solar project here, what does that leave that land wide open for? So that's all I have to say about it.
Hi, I'm Annie Dixon. I live at 610 New Hope Road, and I wanted to thank you for taking the additional time for your vote. And we have learned a lot in this time. And because of that, if you vote for this proposal tonight, I believe you will soon regret it. Just 2 months after voting to recommend early removal of this parcel from the Bells Lane Agricultural District, one of the members of that advisory committee who had voted in favor, in a vote that passed 3-2 of what was supposed to be a committee of 10, stated, "I regret my vote now. I do not think I gave enough consideration to original intent in the formation of the district." Another member has stated, "The request for removal from the Ag District caused considerable debate on our committee. My concern was precedent removal sets and that the city currently has no ordinance or guidelines in place for addressing future projects. The city planner said they didn't feel the need to have these in place because they don't expect more requests, which is false. I know for certain that other Ag District members have received multiple requests from solar companies." This member also noted, currently the composition of the committee is way out of whack per state code, and the need for better guidance regarding good and reasonable cause for withdrawal also is in need of better guidelines. These members and another with whom I've spoken tried to do their due diligence. Unfortunately, they were not given all the facts of the request nor good guidance on their task. They were given the same limited and biased information regarding the comprehensive plan that was mentioned earlier, and never felt they received a satisfactory definition of the good and reasonable cause for the request. Having come to the regrettable decision under duress of an arbitrary deadline despite requesting more time, this recommendation was presented to the Planning Commission with no mention of the reservations of any of the advisory committee's members. The agendas and minutes of the committee's meetings were not available online as they should have been for the Planning Commission and the public to review. Thus, the commission voted to recommend the project by a vote of 4-1. And now the proposal is before the City Council with the same selectively edited and biased information from the comprehensive plan to justify it, along with seemingly straightforward recommendations of the Ag Committee and now the Planning Commission. But until now, you and members of the Planning Commission haven't heard about the non-compliant makeup and the misgivings and regret of the Ag Advisory Committee members whose hesitant and reluctant recommendations set this in motion. Bobby Weitzcarver could have told you, and you might have been swayed by this respected conservationist. He knew, because those statements I quoted come from their April 17 email replies to his request for their opinions of the project. But instead of sharing those concerns with you and us, this county resident who has his farm in a permanent conservation easement to protect it from development, drove into town and enthusiastically endorsed the project at Staunton's Planning Commission on April 20 and again at City Council on May 25. You voted on May 25 to remove the parcel from the Ag District based on the information presented to you at that time. It passed 6-1, for which I would like to thank Ms. Woods for casting the cautionary dissenting vote. But following the public hearing on the subsequent matters in which new information was revealed, you agreed unanimously to postpone the subsequent votes, for which I thank you all. Mr. Weitzcarver's reaction was to write an opinion piece for the local paper in which he claimed the planners and engineers of the project have worked with city staff and citizens to develop a model for how to do solar right. My reaction was to file a Freedom of Information Act request for documents that should have been available before you were expected to vote on these issues. Having discovered these emails quoted earlier and reading through a few hundred more pages right here, I have come to the conclusion that doing it right would involve having the right number of people with the right qualifications on the Ag Advisory Committee, providing all decision makers and the public with information on the comp plan's tremendous support of agriculture, as well as its brief mention of energy. Having a schedule based on Staunton's needs and not an out-of-town developer's goals. Asking why a developer would put a contract on land without a contingency clause for zoning. Not breaking our commitment to the farmers in order to enter into a commitment with a developer. Not dismissing the value of our town's scenic beauty and earliest historic sites, and maintaining transparency rather than withholding documentation to get through the approval process. I expect you would come to the same conclusions if you were to read this information, and I suggest you take the time to do it. And I would ask you to vote no on the proposal.
I think she wrote this out for me because I ramble. I'm Ron Dixon. It's nice to see you all. And a funny little thing, I'm just going to read, well, I'm just going to read it. There are 20 conditions in special use permit. This seems very impressive, but they're useless unless they specify the authority for enforcement and the penalty for non-compliance. I speak as a resident of New Hope Road, whose property is near this proposed site. Actually, it's about 2 miles as the crow flies from our property, not very far away. The Rockydale Quarry is behind us, and its production is pumping water this year at a terrible great rate. My fields are flooded with water. The city tells me it's regulated by the State Department of Environmental Quality. Brilliant. Okay, let's talk to them. The office quantity, they said it's a small amount, but can only enforce on issue of water quality. Okay, so they just want to look at the quality. They don't care about the volume. So I've documented the excess of runoff and no enforcement from the city of state or state at this point. So what happens if, God forbid, there's a catastrophe? Murphy's Law, and those panels are destroyed, which you've seen down in South Carolina with storms and whatever, earthquakes, anything can shake those, because it does happen. Poor critters at the bottom of the Atlantic right now. They were all told everything was great. This is a great machine. So who's going to take charge of this, these panels and get the soil and water under control? Who's going to do that if that all comes apart? Because what you're going to get, somebody said about the glass is only produced with high power heat. And that only comes from mostly gas. You have to melt the glass. It has to go to 1800 degrees. And then it has to be treated. So it's not a way to, there's no way to recover this stuff. It's actually classed as trash, basically. If we get bad damages in those, where are they going to take these panels? Anybody know where they're going to go? They're going to go into the landfill and they'll sit there. Nobody in this world knows how to recycle these panels. They're not, and the amount of energy that's required to make them comes from fossil fuels. And I'm going to sidestep a little bit and then I'm done. Let me go back to the quarry. That quarry is a lime quarry. Most of Staunton was built in the limestone around. The prevailing winds from that quarry blows the lime. It comes across our house and it absolutely covers up my cars. I've got some nice ones. I made them every week or so to come and wash my cars because I wasn't going to do it. Now that prevailing wind will go across and it's going to land on those panels, just like it lands in every building going across there. Now we add water to that. What do you get there? Cement. Now we're going to have cement mulling into the water. We're going to have the lime mulling. That's there. You can see it. If you come down off from where Staples is there, you'll see the dust flying. And it blows, very rarely does it come the other, it always blows that way. And when we came here 20 years ago, I looked at it and said, well, it's nice at the front. I'm not going to worry about the back. But the lime got so intense. So I don't know what the developers are going to do about that. I don't think they were told that. Because they're going to have to wash those panels every week. And they're going to wash that lime down into the water basin. As I say, I'm having trouble with the quarry right now, and it'll probably have to go to legal measures. My time up? Thanks. So I'm confused. I always want to call him Lord Mayor, because that's right. Maybe I can promote you to Lord Mayor. Well, thank you for listening. So I thought that might give you another little perspective on things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ron.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Evan Thompson, 685 New Hope Road, Mark and Sandra's youngest son. A few points. I've scratched off a lot. I've done a lot of volleyball in between liking it, not liking it, this, that. So one answer questions for me is, will it affect property value? Selfishly. I am also a NIMBY. I don't like the looks of it. But I can sacrifice some stuff for the greater need if it's legitimate. And we are concerned about glare. Those panels are going to point right at the house, the farm. We do have a panel. We took some pictures, I think. Now that's just one panel dispersed that far away. You're not going to notice. 60 acres is going to be different. I'd like to see some sort of projection, something. Set my mind at ease, maybe. And that might have already been answered. I don't know. I'm speaking for my sister as well. She lives in Dallas. She'll be moving back home soon with her husband. They want to build there beside Staunton Last Church, and that's going to be right up there. The view for them is going to be like most of the residents. It's going to be higher where they're looking down. The farm, we're kind of even, but we have a straight view as far as elevation. I don't know if this is the first opportunity that Staunton has had to do a solar project. If it is, why do we need to jump on the first one? What's the benefit? Where's the money going? Is it really supporting the less fortunate? Good things come to those that wait. That's what I was always told. Making sure that this project is a net positive good more than anything else. I think I will be at more ease with it if it goes through. I'm 40 years old. I grew up with solar in my mind and being taught about. I don't have a problem with solar. I think that's the majority of everybody in here for sure. I don't have as big a problem with looks as some people, and that's just me personally. Something's kind of satisfying about it rolling with the train. But I don't want to see that every day either. So, volleyballing right there. If we do push this through, I want it to be more of, is it the best for Staunton, best for the residents, and not for us to pat ourselves on the back and say, good job, us. We did a good job. That's never the right way to make a decision. And I believe y'all feel the same. I'm not accusing you all of feeling that way. But there are people out there that do. And that's not a legitimate argument for anything. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
It. Mr. Kester.
No, sir. I have no one with their hand raised.
The public hearing is over. Now we got to remember where we are. Any further discussion from council members? Any questions for staff? Mr. Kesker?
I have a question.
Okay.
Mr. Rhodes. Rodney, the zoning on this being industrial now, is there any place else in the city that is zoned industrial that would be equal to this type of, that this project could be located at?
We did a search of other properties zoned industrial of approximately 100 acres or more. And there is, I want to say, 2 adjoining properties or properties in the very close vicinity to 801 Commerce that meet that criteria. Nothing else in the city.
The property was zoned light industrial before this. The Ag Forest District is a tax.
The property was zoned industrial when it was annexed into the city.
By the county?
No.
We zoned it industrial when
Since 1987.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah. So,
and to go back, the owner of the property would have to apply to put it back in ag forest. Otherwise, it would stay in light industrial.
that is correct.
Mr. Rhodes, is this location ideal because of its proximity to the substation?
It is my understanding that that is one of the reasons why this property was looked at by several different people for this use. I believe there's some additional reasons for that due to the slopes and stuff like that, as far as, where it would be getting light. So I do believe the proximity to the substation certainly was a major factor though.
Mm-hmm. And Mr. Rhodes, you said that there was multiple inquiries about that property and about putting solar on that property.
That's correct.
And when you talked to whoever inquired, was there conditions that you gave that maybe deterred them from not doing the project?
Not
hearing back from them?
I was just very, just factual with them, told them that currently the city code does not, and this is back then, did not address solar energy facilities of this type anywhere. It wasn't in our zoning ordinance, so the city couldn't approve a request for one in any of our multiple zoning districts, and that the applicant could apply to amend the zoning ordinance to allow it in specific districts with specific conditions or with special use permit. They can go through that process. So I just told them the facts that, staff wasn't taking a position whether or not they were supporting or not, because we didn't allow it at that time.
So since then, I need a little understanding on how did it get rezoned? How did the zoning come about to allow now solar?
Well, it's been zoned industrial since it was annexed. We're talking about the zoning text amendment that was approved before you came on the council. Unfortunately, I believe two of you were not aware of this taking place a year ago. So the applicant was the contract purchaser of the property and therefore was able to apply for zoning text amendment. And that went through the public review process last spring and summer and was approved by this city council, or at least 4 of these members.
Majority. And that was also, that was a statewide precedent, wasn't it? Most of the solar things were in a light industrial.
Oh, no, sir. They're all in other jurisdictions. A lot of them are in agricultural districts.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Rhodes, there have been several questions about why isn't this property being developed for some other purpose. And I understand that the only entrance and exit is there at the VDOT. And is that the only entrance and exit to this property?
They have some additional easements, I believe, that give them access to a couple other points, I think off of New Hope, but they are not fronting. They don't have property that fronts on New Hope. So It is limited access, which does make it difficult to develop with more intense uses, I would think.
Thank you.
Questions? Comments? Mark?
Like I said, I'm probably going to be maybe the lone wolf. I don't know, but I can't get past it. It's one of these gut feelings. I will be a no.
Well, in that case, I call for a motion.
Mayor Claffey, I move that council adopt the proposed resolution and approve the special use permit with the conditions as recommended by the Planning Commission as presented.
The motion has been made. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Woods. Mr. Kesker. Well, is there any further discussion?
We just sit on it for a second.
I know that Nancy Sorrells was brought up as, she is for this project.
She was against it before, basically.
No, not as far as I know she wasn't.
She contacted me yesterday and said she would not be able to make it to tonight's meeting, but she is.
Well, it's irrelevant. I think that's irrelevant.
Correct.
I'm just telling you what she wrote in 2015.
Yeah, but.
Okay.
We've talked about this before as also a land ownership rights issue as well. And this is the specific desire of the owner of this land to take it out of ag forestal, which is their right. They took it out early and they're paying the penalty for it, the financial penalty. Ag forestal district overlay, and in my time on planning commission, it was to protect land that was already that was continued to be farmed and was agricultural in nature when it was annexed into the city, as kind of a way to shelter people from a different value for that land that would make them unable to farm it. And it's to shelter them from the value of land in the city in that. And that's why we gave it underlying zoning for when an owner wants to take it out of ag forestal. And they did that in this case, and was a quorum for that, and it was taken out. And so this is a desire of the owner of that land. I think staff has done a great job in nailing this company down with requirements for this project.
Brad, I understand what you're saying, but if you were sitting right across the street from it, would you vote for it?
So,
okay, well,
I think
right.
that nothing is ever better than what Mother Nature gave us. And I say that about my own subdivision. I'm sure that the neighbors who lived across the street from my subdivision thought that about our houses that were built. Our houses are all built on a former farm. And I'm sure it was more beautiful than my subdivision. I love the greens. I appreciate the young lady who talked about the comprehensive plan, and one of the major goals is to preserve green spaces. And I appreciate that being brought up, because it is important. I also have to say that people own private property and they sell their private property, and people have property rights. And we are really voting on what a person who bought a piece of property to develop wants to do with it. We really don't tell people what to do with it. No, you can do this. No, you can do that. We're approving whether or not he can have a solar facility on that piece of property. But, it's not an easy, we do not vote blithely for anything, particularly this. This is a very emotional issue. There have been folks speaking very, very passionately about their homes, their heritage, green spaces that we all love. But what do? Do we forbid people from selling their private property to developers? Can we put a moratorium on selling property? I'm just throwing these questions out there so that everybody knows that these are not votes that are taken lightly. People's families and homes, that's important. And I don't take it lightly.
I would like to say a few things because I've been grappling with this, for as long as we've been talking about it. I see the property owner right issue. I see the zoning issue, and I've heard what everyone's had to say. Mm-hmm. And I've gone back and forth on whether I am going to vote for this or whether I'm going to vote against this. And when it all comes down to it, I think what I have decided, I know what I've decided is I don't think that this belongs in the city of Staunton. I think that solar farms, maybe they do belong in our counties. And yes, there are some cities in the Commonwealth that have them, but Chesapeake and Virginia Beach and Portsmouth are not cities that I think are comparable to Staunton, Virginia. You know, I think that the staff, they've answered my questions, but every day, and I'm sure the minute that I walk out of here, somebody is going to ask me another question and I'm not going to have an answer for it. And that bothers me because I think that if this is voted on tonight and passes, then we're not doing our due diligence. So I feel like that, you know, where the developer, I think they have tried to do everything they can, and I hope they continue. But I do think that people are entitled to have their questions answered. I'm a little bit unsure of what some of the questions folks still have are, but I think that before we make this type of decision, that we should know what they are. You know, I'd like to, I've thought of a couple more questions just since the last time I had Mr. Rhodes come up here. You know, I think that Mr. Rhodes and Mr. Kesker, they've given us really good information, but I recall at the beginning of this process, hearing someone speak about, should we have a independent third party come in and look at everything and tell us if they think this is right? We have consultants tell the city things all the time on things. So I don't know if that's the right answer or not, but it's something that's going around in my head after listening to everybody and what they've had to say, you know, and so that's where I stand on it. You know, I know people can say, well, you know, I don't want to see it. It's not in my backyard, but I appreciate that. I think everybody has that's understandable to me. I mean, you know, I do think solar is a good thing. And I think that maybe there is another place in the city that it could be looked at, but, you know, green space is something that makes this city unique, something that I think that we need to treasure. And we hear about it all the time. People want, you know, more bike paths, and they want more trails, and they want green space, and they want parks. So it just doesn't feel right to me to vote for this tonight. And so I'm going to be voting in opposition.
I think I've been putting it off for as long as I possibly can. I appreciate everybody's concern and comments and input. I think it's been a wonderful example of democracy as everybody comes to a town hall meeting and says their piece. I must remember that I ran for this position as a pro-business. I want development in the city of Staunton. 23% of the city of Staunton is in ag forest use. It is holding the city of Staunton back. I would love for somebody to come up and say, I'm willing to pay the back taxes. I'm willing to do something. I love my city. I love Bell's Lane more than anybody in this city. But the truth of the matter is, we're holding 23% of our city with virtually no tax revenue, and we're holding them into a bygone era. Now, there is agricultural sections of America, and there are cities. We live in a city. It's a beautiful city, and I'm not trying to turn it into a Charlotte. I'm not about to ruin it.
Order.
But I think it's time that we recognize the fact that a landowner that comes in here and buys 97 acres of property is willing to produce and invest some money in the city of Staunton. We're going to let them do it.
Oh,
yes. Call for a vote.
There is a motion.
We have a motion on the floor and a second. Mr. Kesker.
Ms. Edwards.
Aye.
Mr. Robertson.
No.
Mr. Holmes.
Yes.
Mr. Arrowood.
Aye.
Ms. Woods.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Darby.
No.
Mayor Claffey.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you for counting.
Do we have another one?
Yeah.
There's another one.
Mayor
We got another one.
Yes, sir. Under item F, there's the matter of the citing agreement, and there's.
No, we have a citing.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right, ready for a motion on item F?
Yeah,
Yes,
let me
sir.
get to it.
Item F.
I just lost it.
Mr. Mayor, I move the
Mr.
city council approve the solar facility siting agreement as presented.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Mr. Holmes. Mr. Kester.
Ms. Woods,
Aye.
Mr. Robertson,
No.
Mr. Holmes,
Aye.
Mr. Arrowood,
Aye.
Ms. Edwards,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Darby,
No.
Mayor Claffey.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right. Brings us to,
I don't have anything to say.
you don't have anything tonight?
I'll just say the next meeting's canceled. Just want to remind everybody there's no meeting on July 13th. So our next meeting is not till July 27th. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Due to the
Thank you, Madam.
unruliness of the crowd, we are going to call the meeting adjourned.
And
Been given a lot of.
that statement you made, that's property rights. So they got to spend one